Join me up here so that we can have an advisory section. All right, so like I said, we'll have a very short interview with our teachers before we actually begin this year's advisory section. And so please, AV team, can we have the teacher's microphone? All right, so yes, teachers, welcome. I don't know why our microphone is delayed, so we'll have to be passing this for the meantime before, okay. So yes, we'll take an introduction, and then from every school, so you tell us the school you are coaching, then your name, the school you are coaching, and then we'll continue with the section. So since you have the mic first.
Thank you very much. Prince Otre Danso, Kumasi High School. Thank you.
I'm John Osei Mensah, St. Louis Senior High.
I'm Konto Shadrach, coach from Infantim School.
I'm William Kojo Amegayibo, Wesley Girls High School.
All right, thank you so much, coaches. And so yes, every question I ask will be answered by all these four teachers. These teachers are awesome because they started this with us from the very first day, that is from the 18th. No, I'm not even, is it 13th of November, and they started this journey with us and they are still here. However, your students came out as one of the best. How has the preparation for this year's NIQ been? And then how has the preparation for this particular advisory section been for the students?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this question. I think the preparation has been good because it is one of the things we have to do during the finals. In fact, I must say a lot has gone into it. We had to stay through the night to ensure that the thing is done and it is done right.
All right, so that was it from Wesley Girls. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I think as my brother rightly said, it hasn't been easy. You know, a lot must go into the work. Sometimes you have to spend sleepless nights just to prepare the student and then also train them. So, so far, so good. And we hope for the best.
All right, thank you so much, sir.
All right, I'll also say that the preparation has been ongoing. We've been preparing the students. We spent much time in preparing the slides and then going through training. And we believe today we'll be able to educate the whole public. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. So, like they've all said, that have not been easy. Like Peter said, I've worked throughout the night. But this time, it's not that we are not going to fet out anything. We are going to get something, really. And like this session is an educative part to the people outside there concerning investment and financial literacy. So enough I've gone into that so that we'll be able to educate the public so far as investment is concerned. So we are really ready, prepared for this battle. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was it from Kumasi High. We've heard from all our teachers, the sleepless nights, only to make sure that these students are actually doing something very well and to educate the public. So yes, my teachers, my very next question is, we've seen how these contests have gone through. We've all prepared our students to actually come out to do their very best today. So yes, any advice to your students, even though you've had talk to them already about something, but if we are giving you the chance to tell your students something about this advisory section that they are about having this very moment. what would it be?
Okay, thank you very much. What I have to students already at the back side, there are a lot of things that we're putting in place. So once they come here, about the things we've done in the secret. One thing is that the people, most of them are your colleagues. Sometimes when students get platform like this, they begin to shiver and add. So these are some of the things, not even to my students alone, but to all contestants that take notice of that. Bring the best that is in them. They have something great in them, so they should be able to bring the best in them so that the world will know, Ghana will know that Yen is doing well and is really preparing the youth for the future so far as investment is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was it from Kumasi High. Your teacher says, do not shiver. Bring out the best in you because everything you did in secret will actually yield. So yes, I will take it from you.
I also say that this is a friendly competition that we are doing and then also a way of educating. So I'll tell my students that whatever that they've learned, they should do their best and success is ahead.
So I say success is your heart. So yes, do your best for today. And so yes, I will take the next one from you.
Yes, I always tell my students that whatever opportunity that they give them, they have to own it. And today, as they come on stage, is a very big platform for them to educate the world on the matters of investment. And the whole Ghana and the whole world is looking up to them. So whatever they do over here, they should just go beyond just competing, but to educate the public. It's an opportunity for them. And if everybody sees that you are educating well, in the future, you have more opportunities for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir says, go beyond just the competition and know that you are educating the public on everything that is happening today. So we'll take the very last one from you, sir.
Thank you once again. We at Wesley Girls believe that anything that is worth doing is worth doing well. So if it must be done, it must be done well. And so with all the preparations and things that have gone on, we are believing that they would come out with their best. We are encouraging them to bring their best foot forward because you don't know who is watching you on this particular platform. This is a platform that is supposed to shoot you very far into the future, and you should not take it lightly at all. And I would want to just add this to the entire student populace or the youth that are in here. This advisory thing we are doing is not just for the competition's sake. In fact, we know a lot of the youth are into odds, betting and all of that, Aviator and co. But this is a very good platform that is supposed to be teaching us that let's shun away from that. Let's put our monies into good ventures as far as we have learned from this platform. Thank you very much.
So it says they believe that if you have to do something, you really have to do that very thing very well. So yes, coaches, we are shifting from your side of the advisory section. I want us to go to the NIQ part, even though we don't find ourselves as part of the finalists. But if you actually followed us, you know that these coaches here did so much well in training their students because they came to the stage and they were giving it to us. But it is indeed a competition and we have to get a winner. So yes, we are shifting to the NIQ. So we have WAS, we have Augustins, we have WAS, and then we also have Adontin, yes. So please, who are you vying for? So when it gets to your time, who you are vying for, you just tell us, please look at the coaches who are vying for you. Okay, so yes, sir, we start from who are you vying for?
Thank you. In fact, with the experience that went on in my own contest, which I consider to be the most tenacious contest, which went on between Kumasi High, Wesley Girls, Presec, and then Adontin. In fact, Adontin came all the way from the back. There was such a gap, but they redeemed themselves, and at the end of it, they took it. And so, in this competition, I do not have any favorite because you can be winning, and one riddle can change everything. And so I would just say that may the best school win.
Sir says, may the best school win, because he has seen something when we started this competition. And if indeed you've been following us, you will notice that the riddles are actually changing a lot of stuff in this contest. So yes, we'll take it from Infantim.
Yes, I think that this year the competition is a heated one. In fact, if you look at the magic that schools are doing, sometimes it's mind-blowing. All the schools have done very well, and I must say that the coaches for the various schools have done a very great job. If you look at the advisory and how quick these coaches, the coaches are able to understand concepts and then train the student overnight for them to present. You have no idea how coaches go through before sometimes the student come on stage to present. So the coaches have done really well, but it's a contest. But to all the 4 schools, they have done really well. Augustine's was last year finalist, and this year too, they have done very well to be in the finalists. West Africa has a very strong side. I think that they are... I think that they are the current regional champions. Their contest was a very heated one. Not underestimating those on top of the hill, the Infantim squad. They are also Eastern regional champions, and they are doing magic this time around. And of course, OWAS has also done very, very well. So, looking at the dynamics of this year contest, you can't really tell which school will win. Because you'll be there, then boom, some school will just come and then something has happened. So, whoever wins, we are a family here, and you all know that. Whoever wins, we will be happy. But we pray that this particular contest will be a very heated one, will be very enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our first 2 teachers says, whoever wins, remember that this is a healthy competition, and everybody stands the chance of winning. So yes, sir, we'll take it from you.
All right. NIQ, the competition is very tough, and it is very difficult for you to predict, because looking at the rounds that we go through, round 1, round 2, you might be leading. But round 3 can drop you. And round 5 is even a magic. Because round 5 alone, the riddles is 25 marks if you are able to get it at the first clue. So anyone can win. And all the schools who have got it to the finals, they've done very well. So the best school will win.
May the best school win once again. And so we'll take the very final one from myself from Kumasi High.
Thank you very much. I believe with NIQ this year, the most interesting part has been the stock simulation. And because of that, it is very hard to predict the winner. So from the round 1, round 2, you can see a school is winning. You get to the simulation and something bad happens to you. Then the riddles as well. But looking at the schools that are coming, they are all good at the riddles. So I believe that it is very difficult to predict because of the stock simulation. But once I'm coming from Osekrum, I'm not going to envy my brothers. I'm not going to be jealous of my brothers. It is better that we send the cup to Kumasi. So I wish that was, because they have been, I think it's the first time, and looking at the performance up to this time, it's a sign that they have something good to the world and to God. Support cup goes to.
Sir says he wishes that the cup actually goes to Osekrum. And so yes, Sir is actually violent for OWAS. But however, let's all remember that this is a healthy competition and everybody stands the chance of winning. And so yes, we've moved to the NIQ. So we are going back to your schools again. So yes, what has been a challenge that you think NIQ has actually helped your students overcome over this short ups and downs of a contest?
Okay, I'll say that most of them have been confident. Then when it comes to the educational tour, it has been very blissful. Like looking at the educational tour, there are a lot of places that we visited and a lot of things that we've learned that even yesterday we went to see. We got the process of getting a visa and all other things. So looking at the educational aspect and the opportunity given to the students, especially in the advisory session, to speak, then they are building the ability to be bold and to stand in front of people. And if you are to be a great leader, all these things you must possess. So I would say that NIQ have really helped the students and even we all the teachers to learn some new things that we didn't know. Very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
I would say it was a very big platform, and then it has given our students the opportunity to learn, more especially with respect to financial literacy. This is an avenue whereby students, even though they are at the SS or the SHS high school level, they've been able to learn a lot of things that are being taught at the university. Again, it has also boosted their confidence level in terms of public speaking. And I believe that this is a very great platform. And as we are going, I believe that every student here has gotten that confidence and more knowledge, in-depth knowledge about financial literacy, and which is going to help them in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Had it not been NIQ, thousands of students wouldn't have knowledge on investments. So when it comes to how NIQ has reached, the masses, it has really helped the student a lot. Proud to this contest, the programs that they came to our various schools to organize, they are all impactful programs. And so I believe that NIQ is a very good platform that can even help boost the Ghanaian economy. And that the government must even try to come into this program, because this program has a long way to positively affect the Ghanaian capital market. Now, through the NIQ, teachers, students, and general public has a very fair idea about even how the stock exchange works. Proud to that, most of us didn't even know stock exchange and all that. But through this hands-on experience and NIQ, we have been exposed to certain realities. And most students that were into certain kind of investment, which are no good, are now come back to their senses. For me, I can boldly say that I picked a student who was more addicted to betting, and now that student has stopped and is able to stand and advise you not to bet. And it's a very great achievement that, for me, I know that I have impacted. And that is what the NIQ is also doing. So I believe that in future, Ghana is going to benefit a lot from this particular program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think for me, one of the takeaways from all that has gone by so far for my students is self-confidence, financial prudence and frugality, and self-awareness. They have also learned how to actually use the computer to do, prepare PowerPoint for themselves. So beyond all that they have learned, they can prepare PowerPoint for themselves. If you give them any assignment at all, I can confidently tell you that these students, when they go out there, you give them any task that warrants a presentation from PowerPoint, they will deliver. And so we are trusting and believing that these are some of the things we have impacted into them: financial literacy, frugality. When you are frugal, some people may think you are, they call it, the proper English word is being miserly, but you have to be financially prudent, and those are some of the things we have learned. And so I think we are doing well.
Thank you so much to our coaches. I don't know if you heard what the Infantim teacher said, but that is the exact impact that we are making over here. Thank you so much, coaches. This has been a very wonderful interactions with you guys. So yes, I want us to do something for these coaches because these people are people that have seen all of us through. So please, I want all of us, okay? Let's get up from our seat. I want all of us to get up from our seat. And then at this juncture, I would want to invite every other coach that is present here with us to actually join us here on stage as our students actually give us a sound round of applause because these people has done so much for us to be here today. So please, if we have any coach here, please join us here as we give you this standing innovation and also this sound round of applause. Any coach that is around here. And so now these are the coaches that are actually seeing our students through. And then what we did was to actually invite them. So we are going to clap very, very well for these coaches because they've done so well. So let's clap for them, please. Let's do it very well for them. Thank you so much, coaches, for joining us for this year. We are very much grateful to you all. Thank you so much. Clap for them. I need you people to actually clap for them. Thank you so much, coaches. It has been a wonderful interaction with you guys. My name is Pearl once again. Thank you so much. No, we are not stopping clapping to actually take their seats. Let's clap. Let's clap. Let's clap. So they take their seats. All right, thank you all so much. Once again, this is the finals of the NIQ 2025 happening live here at the Amagashi Hall. My name is Pearl and I'll be your host for today. Yes, we are about starting the advisory section, but before we actually begin with this advisory section, please, I would want us, today we'll be clapping a lot. It's fine, we'll do most of the clapping. So yes, once again, we are clapping for our executive director at the Young Investors Network to actually give us a very short speech about this advisory section. So please, with a round of applause, let's welcome here with us Mr. Joshua Mensah to help us with the advisory section.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm very, very happy to be here today because this session is really dear to Young Investors Network. And last year, we have Wesley Girls High School crowned the winner of this session. That was the investment session of the competition. They topped the whole school who were represented here last year. But this year, all the quarter finalists, I think we have almost 5, you saw them, 4 or 5 or so, 4 of them having 15, scoring 15. So if you know that you are here, that means that they scored 15 out of 15 marks. Let's clap for them. So the purpose of this particular investment session is to crown the winner, because this session is really dear to us. The investment advisory session is not just a merely academic exercise. We are going to clap. No. It is a national development tool. That's what we believe at Young Investors Network. Please, let's go and watch some of the videos on YouTube. A friend of mine have commended us for doing this great job because these are our financial titans are educating the public. And it is designed to bridge the gap between financial theory and real-world application. Today, our finalists are required to demonstrate not only the understanding of investment principles, but also the ability to translate those principles into clear, practical guidance for the average Ghanaian worker. I have to commend Aziz Pension Trust for sponsoring this particular session. We reached out to them and said, yes, I just like the investment session. So decided to sponsor the host. Let's clap for us this pension. So this aligned directly with the young investors, our mission to cultivate financially illiterate, investment-conscious generation to equip them to make sound, informed financial decisions. So today, you are not just come to clap and shout and cheer your students as those times, but now you are here to come and learn. Learn and learn very well, because we have our judges here who are going to score them. What we're going to do at the Young Investors Network is that we'll try and take all the slides, make it like a book, because if you look at the presentation that I've seen so far, I think that's why Pearl said that we should clap for the coaches again. I want us to clap for the coaches, because they've done very well. This is pure financial literacy education. So we believe that investing is not a privilege reserved for the high-income earners. That's why this case study is very important. It is a possibility accessible to every Ghanaian. We want all young people and workers across this country and Africa beyond, okay, to understand that consistency, discipline, and informed choices can create long-term financial security, regardless of your income level. And that's what the case is about. To our finalists today, you are stepping into a role of a financial advisor. Your responsibility is to communicate complex investment concepts with clarity, accuracy, and relevance. The true measure of your advisory is not just come and rap and tell us that thing, but what we want is impact. We want impact. Can the average Ghanaian understand your message? Can they apply it realistically? Does your plan inspire confidence to empower action? Your presentation today will continue to shaping national conversation around investment culture. And for that, we commend your commitment, discipline, and preparation. As we observe today's presentation, I want us to let us remember that the development of investment-ready population is essential for Ghana's long-term economic growth. When young people gain financial knowledge or investment knowledge and confidence to invest responsibly, we strengthen our capital markets, empower households, and contribute to national prosperity. I'm happy to say that one of our own, who is now a judge, okay, is here now. I'm sure they will go to introduce him. He is a financial advisor at Constant Capital, and I'm sure they will give you an introduction. But this gentleman was the young investor president at UPSA and rushed through the ranks to be the national president, right? Yes, after national president, before he finishes, the time he was in school, we want to get him a company reached out to me that I want to take one of your guys. And I presented his CV, and they took him. Then he was there, and he had a call. He was not doing about to do national service from an MD of a company. He said, I want to work with you. Don't go anywhere. That's the beauty of Young Investor Network. We are raising generational investors. And it's the person of Ebenezer. He's here to be our judge. We have to really call him to come. Okay. So Eben is fantastic. I've done the stock pitch. He's doing well. He was one of the guys who predicted the price of MTN. Yeah. Yes, and sometimes, if I need advice, Eben, what shares can I buy now? And he always been helping me. He's a proud member of Young Investors Network. So the advisory session, therefore, is not simply about competition. It is about creating future building blocks of Ghana's financial ecosystem. On behalf of Young Investors Network, I extend our best wishes to all finalists. Deliver your insights with professionalism, clarity, and confidence. Because remember, you are educating the public. Let today's session reflect the values of sustainability, innovation, excellence that this competition seeks to promote. May your presentation be impactful, and may today's session inspire every Ghanaian to take ownership of their financial future. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and that was it from Executive Director at the Young Investors Network. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua. And so, yes, we have our judges here with us, and so we'll begin right away. But something small about our judges, so I would want you to clap for them. So we have one of our judges to be Mr. Ebenezer Odum. He is a financial analyst at the Constant Capital. Sir, please, you can give us a wave. And then we also have Mr. Emmanuel Kofi Dankwa, the Deputy Director at the First Finance. So please. All right, so if our judges are set, then we'll begin with our advisory board. And so, if I'm right, the very first school is Wesley Girls High School. So please, let's welcome the Wesley Girls High School to begin the advisory section for us.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I begin my presentation, I'd like to ask everyone just 2 questions. My first question, put your hand up if you have a mobile phone. Oh, put your hand up, don't be shy. Okay, everyone has a mobile phone. Now, put your hand up if your phone is worth more than 1,000 Ghana cedis or 1,000 Ghana. Hey, rich people. Okay. So, but then, do you know that there are people in the country whose monthly salary is less than the price of your phone? There are people in the country who earn less than 1,000 Ghana cedis, but you're walking around with over 1,000 Ghana cedis in your hand. You are very rich people. Anyways, my name is Vanessa Naomechitese from the Wesley Girls High School Investment Advisory Team. And today I'm here with Esther Charlotte, Apia Deborah, and Blessing Chaba to tell you about our client, Amma. Today we're going to show you how Amma can use the little amount that she earns per month to begin her investment journey. After our advisory session today, we're going to show you how Amma and each and every one sitting here can start small. Now, Amma is a single mother of 1 who earns 1,800 Ghana cedis from her work as a shop attendant in Accra. But this 1,800 Ghana cedis that Amma earns, she has to use it for a lot of things. See, Amma lives in Kaswa. She has to take trotro from Kaswa to Accra every day. Now imagine the cost of that. Amma has a son, of course. Now, he'll come home. My mommy said, my teacher said I should buy cardboard for creative arts. My teacher said I should buy this exercise book. My teacher said I should buy this. My teacher said I should buy that. At the end of all her expenses, what will Amma have left? Now, Amma believes that her money is not enough for her to start investing. But we're here to prove that that is not true. We're here to prove that no matter how small you have, you can start your investment journey. Now, but then there's a problem. The problem is that Amma believes that only rich people like Kwame Despite and Cheddar can invest. Amma believes that, see, because she is poor, she has to use those archaic means. She has to keep her money in a susu box. So Amma will keep her money in her susu box. She will go to work. She'll come back. Her son has broken the susu box. Why? He wants to go and buy toffee. Amma will keep the money in her mattress. Then she'll forget that, oh, my money is in my mattress. She realizes that this mattress is old. She'll go and burn the mattress. She has burnt her money. Nisikano, ashi. But, yes, and savings also comes with a lot of disadvantages, like inflation. When Amma was putting the money under her mattress, 1 crate of egg was, let's say, 30 cedis. So Amma has 30 cedis in her mattress. Then whenever she wants to buy egg, she'll go for the money. But when it was time for Amma to go for the money, 1 crate of egg is now 50 cedis. So Amma cannot buy the crate of egg again. Now Amma would need the money for emergencies. But then again, because it's savings, her money would not have yielded a lot of interest. So she would not be able to use the money for as much as she wants. Now, I'm going to invite my teammate, Blessing, to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Now, we all should know that before you invest, you must first protect yourself and your family. Investment is not supposed to make you a slave, but rather it's supposed to give you a form of financial freedom in the long run. So we advise that Ama, in her first 3 to 6 months, she should set aside 500 Ghana cedis into an emergency fund. And by the end of the 3 to 6 months, she would have an estimate of 1,500 Ghana cedis to 3,000 Ghana cedis. Also, we have given her some strategies for her to reduce expenses and also to ensure that she's being disciplined. The first one is buying in bulk. Secondly, she must avoid impulse buying. Thirdly, she should stay away from loans, especially online loans. And lastly, she should cut unnecessary expenses. Now, what are some of the investment options available for Ama? The first one is treasury bills. Treasury bills are short-term government securities with low risks and an average returns of 15 to 20%. And we think it is a good investment vehicle for Ama because she needs as little as 200 Ghana cedis to invest into this. Secondly, we have corporate bonds. Corporate bonds are securities issued by companies to raise capital for themselves, and it has a moderate to high risk and an average returns of 13%. We don't advise Ama to go in for this investment vehicle because the minimum amount needed to invest into this is 1,000 Ghana cedis, which Ama, I don't think she can afford for that. Thirdly, we have stocks. Stocks are equities issued by companies listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and it has a low risk and an average returns of 12.05%. And yes, it is also good for Ama because she needs as little as 50 Ghana cedis to invest into this. Lastly, we have mutual funds. Mutual funds have money markets, equities, and balanced mutual funds. And yes, it is also good for Ama because she will need as little as 100 Ghana cedis to invest into this. Now let's look at a simple monthly investment plan for our client, Ama. Ama would have to use 15% of her income, which is 54 Ghana cedis, into contingency fund because safety cushions for unforeseen circumstances. Also, she can allocate 15%, which is also 54 Ghana cedis, into money market because of its short-term growth and liquidity. Also, 30%, which is 108 Ghana cedis, into treasury bills because of its stability and consistent returns. Lastly, we have 40%, which is 144 Ghana cedis, into child's education fund, specifically stocks, because of her long-term planning for her child. Now, let's move into the future. And moving into the future, I'll invite Esther Charlotte to continue for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, I'm going to talk about the strategy Ama had. She decided to use the 50-30-20 rule, where 50% goes into her needs. And I'm sure we know food, shelter, clothing, etc. And then we have 30% going into her wants. That can be her fight if she wants to, data, and so on. And then 20% going into savings and investment. Now, let's do a bit of math, okay? We are going to look at the non-zero exponential rule. Now with this, it simply states that small consistent effort is very better than doing nothing at all. We can see that with an exponent of 365, that's the number of days in a year, if you save or if you do nothing at all, you still have 1 cedi at the end. But if you decide to still use the same exponent at a 1% interest rate, you are going to get 37.7, and then even at a 2% rate, it gets better. So hence, even though you think your investment might be small, it is still possible for you to invest. Let's move on. This table is going to act as our time machine, showing us how our investment can grow over a period of 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. Okay, so first of all, for contingency fund, which had a rate of 15%, we can see that at the end of 3 years, it had over 2,000 interests. It had over 2,000 Ghana cedis. At the end of 5 years, over 5,000 Ghana cedis. And at the end of 10 years, over 21,000 Ghana cedis. For money market fund, which had 17%, rate of interest, we see that at the end of 3 years, it had over 2,500, and it had over 5,800 and 24,000 at the end of 5 years and 10 years respectively. Treasury bills with 16% had 4,000 plus at the end of 3 years, 11,000 plus at the end of 5 years, and also 46,000 plus at the end of 10 years. For education fund, at a 16% rate, we see that it had over 6,000. It had over 6,000 growth. It had over 14,000 at the end of 5 years, and it had over 56,000 at the end of 10 years. Calculating all this, we see that at the end of everything, including the education fund giving her 15%, she will have over 16,000 at the end of 3 years. This might have seemed impossible, but it has been proved that it's possible. At the end of 5 years, she'll have over 36,000 Ghana cedis, and at the end of 10 years, she'll have over 149,000 Ghana cedis. Oh my God, that's big money. Okay, let's move on. There are risks in investments, and of course, you have to risk it to get a biscuit. However, we have to secure ourselves to make sure that we do not fall victim to scam and fraudulent schemes. So now, what do we do? First, like a young lady looking for her Mr. Right, seek the right options. So make sure you check the Securities and Exchange Commission to make sure that you are partnering with the right fund managers. And also, the Bank of Ghana will be your go-to place if you want to check if you are partnering with the right bank. Next, avoid the red flags. High guaranteed rates like 20% and 40%, it's not realistic. Also, firms without license, avoid them at all. For pressure to recruit your friends and family, do not even walk out, flee. And also, avoid too good to be true investment schemes, because if it's too good to be true, it probably is. Also, avoid online loans. They are not safe at all. There are other risks in investments which can be avoided if you start to look at low risk options from the beginning. You have to start small. You do not just start from wherever. You do not start from 2 to 7. You have to start from 1, 2, 3, and then you move gradually. We can also see that you have to review your investment plan, review to make sure that everything is fine. Also, maintain a separate emergency fund to avoid eating into your investment in case you are in some kind of trouble. And also, diversify your risk across investments. Diversification simply means spreading risk, doing a bit of this, a bit of that, and a bit of the other one, in order to ensure that you are not losing if one part goes into serious trouble. Now, Spanish would say, el que persevera alcanza, which means he who perseveres succeeds. Hence, it's not how small you start or how little you start. Remember that a river does not go through a rock because of its strength, but because of its consistency. French will say, pouvoir, c'est vouloir, which means where there is a will, there is a way. No matter how small, you can start it. In conclusion, I would say that investment can be like a journey. Of course, some of us would like to go with a trotro. Some of us would like to go with a plane. Some of us would like to go with a motorcycle. But no matter how you go, make sure that you are moving, because small motion is better than no motion. Start and do the right thing today. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. That was a very wonderful one from you. Thank you so much, ladies. And so, yes, we'll be going very fast. And so we'll take our very next presentation from the Infantim School. Thank you so much.
Testing. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nana Kweku Danso, and alongside me, the rest of the advisory team from Infantim School. Now, a few weeks ago, we went out into the public to ask random people about their thoughts on investment and what they think investment is. And we had so many interesting answers. Some people told us that they are having some investments in MTN shares. Some said they have some T-bills. Others said, no, they're not really thinking about investment right now. And others even told us that they've never heard of investment before. And so after a long day of questioning people, we came back, we analyzed our answers and results, and we realized that one answer kept repeating itself over and over again. And that is, most of them believed that they didn't have enough income or savings to even think of starting to invest. And most of them were just waiting for their income to rather increase before they get to think about starting to invest. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to walk you through how an average Ghanaian worker can start investing at any income level. And we're going to do that today by introducing you to one of our most recent clients who had the same mindset, but now we have helped and guided her through her investment journey. Now let me tell you about our client. Her name is Amma. She is 30 years old, and she works as a shop attendant. She earns a monthly income of 1,800 Ghana cedis. But after a few questions that we asked Miss Amma, we realized that she has little to zero financial knowledge at all. I mean, her savings can serve as proof to this statement. She's already 30 years old, and she has only 500 Ghana cedis in her savings. And on top of all of that, she has one child, a 4-year-old boy, depending on her. And as you can see on her profile, she's very frustrated. She doesn't know what to do. But at least she's willing to try and invest the little she has to build a strong financial future for her and her child. And so with all this in mind, she came to us with so many concerns that she earns so little. Can she still invest? How can she avoid investment scams? Because she's heard online and from her friends and on the radio that so many people have been getting scammed lately. How can she invest small but then grow steadily? And what kind of investments are safe for her so that she doesn't lose the little that she's already given? And how can she plan for her child's future education? And I know most of you in the crowd have almost similar concerns, but calm down. Infantim is here to rescue you. We're going to take it step by step and explain it to your understanding. Now, the journey begins by budgeting and financial discipline. Most of you back in senior high school, when your parents used to send you money, you'd put some down and say, okay, I'm going to use this amount for exercise books. No, now I'm going to use this amount for food. Now I'm going to use this amount to save for future things that I'd like to buy. That is budgeting. Budgeting is simply planning your expenses. Now, we asked Miss Amma to do this because it's going to help her avoid overspending and at the same time help her be more financially disciplined. Now, looking at Miss Amma's situation, we recommended that she use the 50-30-20 budget rule. Why the 50-30-20 budget rule? We asked her to do this because she's going to use 50% of her income as for mandatory expenses or her needs, such as utilities and clothes. 30% is supposed to go into her personal savings. Now, I mean, you know, Miss Amma has a sweet tooth. She likes ice cream, so she'd like to spend a few cedis on some ice cream for her enjoyment. And 20% should go into her savings and investment. But for that 20% to come into fruition, Miss Amma needs to note a few key things. Miss Amma has to reduce her food cost. Relax. We're not saying Miss Amma shouldn't eat. We're just trying to tell her that the KFC she buys every day, she should reduce it. Someday she can buy gobe. It's just as finger-licking good. We also asked her to also reduce her utility consumption, to leaving the lights on and the fan on, it's all wasting energy, and she's supposed to pay all these bills, and at the end of the day, it's going to eat away at her budget. And we also asked her to cut down cost on her transport. You don't have to call Uber every day. Reduce your steez. You're not competing with anybody. You can take trotro. You can walk. We also asked Miss Amma to try and cut down her cost on data. I mean, can you believe she can spend around 100 cedis a month just on data bundle? I mean, many of you here, calculate the cost. Around after 1 month, how many of you spend more than 100 cedis on data? A lot of you do. True or false? You do. But no, we told her not to do this and to cut down the cost so that she can save a bit more to invest. And lastly, but not the least, we asked Miss Amma to try her best and stay positive and disciplined in her budget, because without discipline, she's going to find it very, very hard to stick to her budget. And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I'm going to give my colleague the opportunity to come and explain to us and tell us where we asked Miss Amma to invest in.
Thank you very much. So now, I'm sure most of you are willing to invest now, right? So, as he said earlier, you can start investing with the little money or income you have. So no matter your income level, you can start investing. So I'm here to direct you to the path or where you can invest, the product you can invest in. So first, you can invest in bonds. What are bonds? Bonds are simply long-term debt instruments issued by the government and the corporate entities with its maturity more than a year. So let me break it down so that we can all understand. The government issue out bonds, and we, the public or the individuals, buy these bonds. And when we buy these bonds, we lend money to the government or we give out loans to the government. And the government, in return, will give us a profit. And this profit is called interest. But with bonds, the interest is called coupons. These coupons are paid semi-annually. That is every 6 months. And when the bonds matured, your principal, that is the amount of money you invested in, is paid to you. So we advise our client Amma to invest in bonds. Again, we told her to invest in treasury bills. Treasury bills, unlike the bonds, they are short-term debt instruments issued only by the government. So the government also issue out these treasury bills, and the public buy these treasury bills. We lend money to the government, and the government in return will give us profit. So as individuals, we can hold this treasury bill for a period of 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and even a year, but it does not go beyond 1 year. And this treasury bill is very, very safe for Amma to invest in. Furthermore, we advise our client that she can invest in mutual fund. With a mutual fund, this is where investors pool money, or this is where money is pulled from different or various investors. And this money is invested into a diversified portfolio. Let me break this down. So with a mutual fund, various investors will give their money to an individual, not just an ordinary individual, but a professional fund manager who is licensed by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So this fund manager has an adequate knowledge about the market, so he will do the investment on your behalf. So this mutual fund is very, very, very good with beginners like Amma, or people with low IQ about investment. All that you need to do is give your money to this professional, and he will do the investment. And with a mutual fund, it is very, very, very liquid, which means you can withdraw it at any time to meet your short-term needs. Lastly, we told our client that she can invest in stocks. Stocks represent ownership of a company. And when you buy a stock, automatically you become part owner of a company. So let me show you how this also works. The companies issue out these shares or stocks. And when we buy this, they issue these shares to become, to raise capital. And when we buy these shares, we automatically become part owners of the company. And we are entitled to some benefits. That is, when the company is in profit and want to give out some of the profit to its shareholders, we are entitled to those profits. And these profits are called the dividends. Please, do you get it? So these are the stocks. Again, too, the way forward, that is, we're able to structure some investment plan for our clients, Amma, to follow. As we use the 50-30-20 budget policy, where we got to know that she has to invest 20% of her monthly income. So with this, she has to invest only 360 Ghana cedis. So we advise her that she should allocate 20% in a money market mutual fund. This is because it is easy to withdraw to meet your emergencies. Again, too, since Ama Mponsa have one dependent, that is her 4-year-old child, we advise her that she can engage or invest in a child education policy, whereby this investment will cater for her child's education up to the university level. So with this, all that she has to do is to invest in the insurance that caters for the child's education. So we told her that we advised her to allocate 20% in insurance. And we got to know that Ama also wants to create wealth in the long term. So we advised her that she should allocate 40% of her monthly income, that's 360 cedis, into stocks. So this will also help her to create wealth in the long term. And for financial stability, we advise her that she should allocate 20% in a balanced mutual fund, which contains both stocks and bonds. So, with the investment, okay, now let me show you guys something small, or some magic here. You know, Ama invested 72 cedis in a money market mutual fund. For a period of 3 years, she will earn 3,500. 5 years, she will earn 7,000. And the last year, she will earn 22,000. So as stocks, she will earn 7,000, 14,000, and 49,000. And with a balance fund, she will earn this. Okay? So now, with the investment environment, you know that every good thing comes with a cost. And this cost can be a bad deed. So we told Ama to look for red flags. And in investment, these red flags means she should stay away from such investments. So any firm that promises an unrealistic return, Ama Mponsa must avoid such firms. And again, we told her to verify the investment. If the investment is approved by the SEC, all that she has to do is to visit the SEC platform, type the name of the company. If the name of the company appears, then it is a license. And lastly, she must diversify. So I would like my brother to conclude.
So to conclude, I'd like to tell you all a short story about the Chinese bamboo tree. Now this tree, when planted into the soil, takes about 5 years to grow. Now during this period of 5 years, you need to water this plant. You need to protect this plant, and you need to monitor this plant. And once it starts to germinate and grow, it grows at such a fast rate and multiplies for you. Now, take it as if your investment is the bamboo plant. You need to continually or consistently top up. You need to monitor your investment, and you need to protect your investment. And once it starts to generate returns, your future is going to thank you. And so I would like to end all of this with a short quote in Swedish. Små steg idag kan bli kliv imorgon. Which means small steps today lead to big steps tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our wonderful guys. That was a very nice presentation from you. And so, yes, personally, I just found out that the competition is between 2 girls' school and then 2 boys' school. We've done a girl, we've done a male, and so we'll take it next from our wonderful females from the St. Louis Senior High School. Please, let's do it up for them as they come up for the advisory section. Please, you have 10 minutes, and just 10 minutes, okay?
Hello, everyone. I'm Otnelaya Bragobuedu, representing the St. Louis Financial Advisory Team. And today, we're going to take you through some financial mysteries. How can an average worker invest using an average income level Well, our presentation aims to help you to answer this question. Although we are not here to flatter you with an accent or speak ambiguous English, we are here to educate you on financial literacy. So step on board as we elevate you and transform you to leverage you into financial power. Okay, so Ghanaians are of this mindset or of this notion that investment is for the rich, it's for the well-to-do, the big men, the big women, those who wear suits, even when the temperature is as hot as 37 degrees. But no, that is a wrong notion. And because of this notion, these Ghanaians, or let me say, we engage in certain ventures that do not help our money to be profitable. We keep our money in drawers, in susu boxes, in cupboards, and what happens is that it exposes our money to inflation. What I'm trying to say is that when you keep your money in such places, when there is inflation, it just causes your money value to lose itself, and that is all. And so, my team and I went on a survey and we looked for reasons why Ghanaians do not want to invest. And one of such reasons has to do with risk and vulnerability. So when we talk about risk and vulnerability, many Ghanaians are afraid that when they put their investment or they put their money into an investment scheme, at the end of it all, they will be scammed. Again, they are also afraid and vulnerable because they have no financial literacy. Even the Bible says that lack of knowledge, my people perish. So how much more you who doesn't know anything about investing, would you put your money into that venture? Of course not. And last but not the least has to do with the mindset barrier. Many people are of the mindset that investment is for the rich, and this is eating us up day after day. Now, take it from me. Investment is not about the money that you have or the money that you can put into it. Investment is about your mindset. If you want to grow your investment, it starts with your mind. It starts with your way of thinking and not how much money you can put into it. So, let's meet our client, Amma. Amma is a 30-year-old shop attendant in the outskirts of Accra who earns a salary of 1,800 Ghana cedis and puts aside 500 Ghana cedis. But note, Amma has a 4-year-old child. And just as many of us sitting here, Amma has these concerns. Can my small money venture into investment? Does this investment bring about scam? How do I plan for my child's education? Many of us here, we are also thinking, how can I get into school? What will happen after my SHS? We have so many thoughts, so many concerns, just as Amma has. And so we propounded this step, which is the budgeting and financial discipline for Amma. And we chose to tell Amma to invest 100 to 300 Ghana cedis monthly. But how is this possible? Deeming fit that Amma has a child to take care of, Amma has so many expenses. Living in Accra, I can say, is not easy at all. And so we developed the 50-30-20 rule for Amma, which is 50% into needs, 30% into wants, and then 20% into her savings. Why would we put a larger amount into needs? It's because needs are essential, and without them, Amma cannot survive. And so we also told Amma that she has to prioritize her emergency fund. As it is, we noted that Amma has a 4-year-old child, and as such, emergencies can happen anytime. Her child can go to school, fall over, and, just certain uncertainties. And so, out of the 20% we allocated for her savings, we advised Amma to put 50 cedis into an emergency fund, because emergency doesn't just come knocking at our door. You just wake up and then boom, something has just happened. Again, someone will ask, how can Amma do this budgeting? Because Accra living is quite expensive. And that is why we call something a frugal lifestyle. So, basically, a frugal lifestyle has to do with living below your living standards, where you have to cut certain things short, such as your Netflix subscription, you have to stop your data, you have to stop impulse buying, among many others. And also, we developed beginner-friendly investment products that Amma can use. And one of such is the Treasury Bill. Now, the Treasury Bill is a low-risk government security, and it provides 15 to 30% interest annually. The reason why we told Amma to get into this or to purchase a treasury bill is because a treasury bill is safe and simple since Amma is just a beginner. Also, with just 50 to 100 Ghana cedis, you can just get into a treasury bill. Next, among others, is the mutual fund. Now, the mutual fund was recommended for Amma because Amma is a beginner, and with mutual funds, you can have low risks, medium risks, and then high risks, depending on the certain variety you get into. And with as low as 50 to 100 Ghana cedis, she can just get into a mutual fund. Next among many is the government bonds, which is medium to long-term investment. It might baffle many of your minds that why would we tell her to get into a medium or long-term investment? Now, you should note that Amma asks this question, that how do I plan for my child's future? That means that she wants her child's education to be good. So we recommend her to get into the government bonds, which is excellent for child education. And lastly, stocks. Stocks has to do with part ownership of a company or company ownership. So we advise Amma to have a small allocation for this because this is a high risk and Amma is just a beginner. So I'll hand over to my dear colleague so she continues.
I'll take it from here. So Amma gains a monthly income of 1,800. I am here to show you how she can allocate it for investment and savings. Firstly, let's go into treasury bills or the money market. Into treasury bills because treasury bills is good for capital preservation and again, it is highly liquid. Next, let's go in for balanced fund. A balanced fund is a combination of equities and fixed income. And with this, it is essential for financial stability. Next, let's go in for stocks. With stocks, we will only go in for 20 to 30 Ghana cedis per month. One may ask, why such a small amount of money? This is because Amma is new to the market, and we must not nakedly expose her to the market. Lastly, we will go in for an emergency fund. Why an emergency fund? Amma said she has a 4-year-old child, meaning that she's prone to emergencies day in and day out. So having an emergency fund is crucial. Next, let's go to Amma's growth projection chart. We are taking 3 categories: 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. In 3 years, Amma is set to gain 8,000 Ghana cedis. In 5 years, she is set to gain 15,000 Ghana cedis. And in 10 years, she's set to gain a range of 45,000 Ghana cedis to 60,000 Ghana cedis. Isn't this wonderful? I know, you wonder how. This is not rock science. Let me break it down to you. Amma can do this with 2 principles. First being consistency, and second being compound interest. What is consistency? Consistency is regularly doing something no matter the circumstance. Amma should regularly invest 200 Ghana cedis monthly at least. This will tailor her to her goals. Secondly, being compound interest. What is compound interest? Simply put, investors like to put it in this short quote: interest gaining interest. Let's take this scenario. You hand me money. Then, at the end of a period, your money you hand to me gets an interest. At the end of the next period, the interest plus the money you handed me gets another interest. Where interest ends interest in that cycle. Next, let's go into, I want to teach you a formula. At the end of it, I will ask you, make sure you do not forget. The formula is discipline plus time is equal to wealth. Discipline plus time is equal to wealth. With the right amount of discipline plus a good amount of time, your wealth is assured. Next, let's look at the biggest enemy of investment, popularly known as fraud, aka scam. Amma, I'm not talking about the red flags of your ex. I'm talking about the red flags of fraud. Come back. Red flags of fraud, one is unrealistic promises. How can you tell me that when I give you 10 Ghana cedis, in the next 30 minutes, you bring me 50 Ghana cedis? Are you a witch? The second one is no license. I'm giving you my money, and you are not licensed by any regulator. How can I trust you? The next one is a pyramid scheme. Why are you telling me that when I bring a lot of people, that is when I gain more money? You are not making any sense. The next one is no transparency. You take my money, then you do not show me how you use my money, but yet so you bring money to me. No, please, I do not trust you. Next, I'm coming to show you how you can invest safely. First, make sure that where you are investing in is registered or verified under SEC license. Make sure that it's registered or verified under SEC. Nextly, is diversify your investment. The popular saying, do not put all your eggs in one basket. I'm not just talking about investment. Next is understand risks.
Ladies, you have 5 seconds more.
Next, understand the risks that you are going to. And the next one is license plans. Next, I would like to tell every Ghanaian that you can invest, but you invest to invest, start early, be consistent, and be disciplined. And that will lead you into your goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to St. Louis for such a wonderful presentation. And I love that she said that it's not the red flag of your exes. The red flag she was talking about was about investment. Thank you so much, ladies. That was a very wonderful one. And so, yes, to the very final school for this year's advisory session is Kumasi High. So please let's do it up for them as they come on stage for their presentation.
Hello. Okay. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Abebio Nanakwesi Tony, proudly representing Kumasi High School alongside my co-partner here, Aaron Jedu Kumeni. Ladies and gentlemen, this case beforehand today clearly shows us that any ordinary Ghanaian worker can start investing with any monthly income level. Yes, even if your salary keeps on disappearing like church or change, you can change that by starting to invest. You see, many Ghanaians think that investment is only for the rich people, but so they think that they should keep their monies under their pillow, in their drawer, on their mobile money bank, or whatever. But what they do not know is that this exposes them to inflation, emergency situations, and long-term financial pressure. Okay, meet our client, Amma. Amma is a 30-year-old shop attendant in Accra who earns 1,800 Ghana cedis monthly and then saves 500 Ghana cedis saving 500 Ghana cedis, and she has very little financial knowledge. Now, she supports a 4-year-old child and wants to know how to invest safely, avoid scammers who promise double income, start small, and then start preparing for her child's future education. Now, our advisory session gives her a simple, smart, and safe way by motivating her to start investing bit by bit, proving that even with a modest salary or a modest income, you can still grow wealth steadily instead of waiting to win the lottery, or as a young man of today will say, waiting to chop bit. Now, this is our client's profile. Our client is Amma. She's 30 years. She's a shop attendant in Accra. Her monthly salary is 1,800 Ghana cedis. Her current savings is 500 Ghana cedis. She has very low financial knowledge, and she has only one child as a dependent who is 4 years. Now, this is the budgeting approach. Now, a recommended structure for Amma's income category comprises of an allocation of 50% of the income to the essential needs. Now, this refers to the basic needs, essential needs, like accommodation, cost, utility, her child's education, etc. We also allocated 30% to the financial priorities, and that is for savings and investment. We also allocate 20% to personal spending. Now, you see, as human beings, we sometimes get the urge to take care of ourselves, smell nice, look good, etc. So that is what that allocation is mainly for. And now, with the emergency fund strategy, you see, before investing heavily, you have to build a safety buffer that will prevent you from doing premature withdrawals from your investment. So that's why we set a target amount with 3 months of monthly expenses. That is approximately 3,780 Ghana cedis to 4,000 Ghana cedis. And where should they invest that in? They should invest in short-term safe assets, like the rolling 91-day treasury bill or a licensed Ghanaian money market fund. Now, the time to build the emergency fund comprises of the monthly contributions and the time needed to reach the target amount. Now, with 150 Ghana cedis, you need 24 to 26 months. With 200 Ghana cedis, you need 18 to 20 months. With 250 Ghana cedis, you need 15 to 16 months. And now, okay, with a beginner-friendly investment product, we have the Treasury Bill. Now, the Treasury Bill is simply a short-term investment instrument issued by the government with a maturity rate of less than 1 year. Now, how does it work? You simply buy a 91-day, a 182-day, a 364-day bill, and then the government pays you back on maturity with interest. That brings us to the question, honorable judges. What is maturity? Maturity is simply the date on when an investment or a loan is due to be fully paid. Now, it has expected returns of 8 to 20% per year, depending on the market rate, right? And then the risk involved is very low since it is backed by government and it is gilt-edged. Gilt-edged simply means that it provides safety and consistency since it is backed by the government, obviously. And then with the minimum amount, you need 50 to 100 cedis using digital platforms. And it is suitable because it is flexible, safe, and has a high liquidity ratio. Now, with the mutual fund, specifically the balance fund, this is a blend of the equities and the fixed income funds. Now, basically, how it works is that your money is split between stocks for growth and bonds for stability. It has expected returns of 15 to 25%. The risk involved is medium. You need a minimum amount of 100 Ghana cedis. And it is suitable because it is mostly for investors who are seeking middle growth and safety. Now, with the government bonds, these are simply long-term government debt instruments that have fixed returns. And how it works is very simple. You invest money, the government uses it, and then it returns your money in the end. Isn't it simple? So you get expected returns of 15 to 25%. The risk involved is low to medium. You need a minimum amount of 100 Ghana cedis, and it is suitable since it provides steady income for long-term stability. Now with the stocks, these are simply equities and shares that show part ownership or ownership of a company. And how it works is that you buy shares of a particular company, and then the value rises or falls depending on that particular company's performance, and then you may receive dividends in the end. Expected returns of 20 to 30%. The risk is high, obviously, and then it has a minimum amount of 100 to 200 Ghana cedis, and it is suitable since only a small portion is needed for long-term development. Now, a simple monthly investment plan for AMA. So AMA invests 200 Ghana cedis monthly, right? So we allocated 100 Ghana cedis to a treasury bill to serve as an emergency fund. You see, the treasury bill has a very high liquidity ratio, so therefore, money can be withdrawn to meet any unforeseen circumstances in the long run or in the near future. We allocated 50 Ghana cedis to the balance fund for wealth building, 30 Ghana cedis to a government bond for long-term growth, and then 20 Ghana cedis to the stocks for the child's future education. Now, one may ask, how does this support AMA's goals? Now, with this child's education, the stocks deliver long-term returns, right? That will be able to cater for education inflation cost in the near future. And then, with the emergency readiness, we recommended the treasury bill since it provides safety and growth. And then with the wealth building, we recommended the balance fund since it grows steadily over time. And then for financial stability, the government bonds are good since it reduces risk and protects capital. With this, I would like to pass the mantle on to my brother here to continue.
Now, for the projected growth or the growth projections, we are looking at the 3rd year, the 5th year, and then the 10th year. Now, looking on our screens, all these figures that we are seeing were not achieved on a silver platter, but rather using the compound interest formula. How does the compound interest formula work? Compound interest is the future value being equated to the present value, multiplying 1 plus the monthly interest rate, all in a bracket, raised to an exponent of r, minus a whole number of 1, all divided by r. So with this, we had 3. Being for the 3rd year, we had 8,900. And for the 5th year, we had 16,000. And for the 10th year, we have 44,000 respectively. Now, the real question is, how does compound interest work? Compound interest works in a sense that we receive interest on our principal amount, and also the interest is being added on the interest we are receiving over a given period of time. And then people were too keen about asking us, why starting small leads to big growth? Now let's ask ourselves, investing small amounts of money or saving a small amount of money over a given period of time, we are going to multiply our funds over a given period significantly so that we can be able to increase our wealth. And also, why consistency matters more than amounts. For consistency, we are talking about a systematic investment plan, or better still, the current global trend of the payment system, which is the top-rated security powered by AI and machine learning, purposely to make sure that AME's account is being debited regularly. Now we are moving on to the risk management and scam prevention. How will we be able to identify that this investment or this investment scheme is fraudulent? Now, let's talk about unrealistic returns. This is the feature for us to know that an investment scheme is fraud. An investment or a business or a company will be willing to give you 20% of the amount you invested. You should be quick to know that this investment scheme is fraudulent. And also, the pressure to recruit new ones, no auditing, and also unregulated online platforms like WhatsApp and Telegram. Now,
contestants, you have 30 seconds more.
Red flags. We have, it's not being licensed by the Security and Exchange Commission, and how to verify legitimacy. Verifying legitimacy, you can use the toll-free number of the Security and Exchange Commission, which is 0800 100 0 and then 65. Or better still, you can check the online portals of the Security and Exchange Commission. And also, the question that people were keen about asking us was whether or not diversification is important. We all in this August house are well abreast with what diversification simply means. But for a better understanding of all and sundry, diversification simply means spreading out of your investments across asset classes.
Right.
Now, for higher returns comes with higher risks, and higher returns comes with uncertainty, such as market volatility and price fluctuation over a given period of time. So without much ado, I'll give it back to another seasoned investment analyst to summarize or conclude what AMA needs to do over a given period of time.
So with a final public advisory message, every Ghanaian can start investing, even with 150 Ghana cedis and the responsibility of taking care of a child. The key is consistency, discipline, and choosing investment products that align with your goal and your risk levels, and then while keeping your dependent's future in mind. So you build an emergency fund, you invest in safe instruments, you gradually add long-term growth assets, and then avoid shortcuts or schemes.
All right, Kumasi High.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Kumasi High. That was a very wonderful one from our boys. Thank you so much, Kumasi High. And indeed, I just realized that it's true. Our trotro money actually gets lost all the time, because personally, I don't know where I place that money. But I normally don't see where the money goes. So yes, at this juncture, I would invite our judges on stage to share with us some of their interests and what they noticed from our advisory section. So please, let's do it up for the judges as they join me on stage here, please. Until they get to the stage, okay? Yes. Why did you stop clapping? All right, judges. So yes, an introduction has already been done, but we would love you to introduce yourselves for us as the judges today.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Ebenezer Odum, and I'm an alumni of the Young Investors Network. Currently, I work in the position of an investment analyst with Constant Capital Ghana Limited, which is also a broker-dealer of the Ghana Stock Exchange.
Right.
So, good afternoon. My name is Kofi Dakwa. I'm the head of portfolio for First Finance Company. We are a fund management firm, and that's why we interact like this.
All right, thank you so much, judges. So my very first question is, how did you see the advisory section?
Okay, well, sitting there, I think I'm very impressed within myself. I'm very excited by the level of competence that these high school students are demonstrating. And I'm more excited because it tells me that the future of the domestic capital market is so bright. If you're having these young people show this level of competence, I mean, it is very clear that Ghana's future is so bright, and that we're going to have a well-informed public or a well-informed citizen in the next few years to come. And we are going to have a lot of Ghanaians doing investment, a lot of Ghanaians taking their financial life seriously. And we are going to have a lot of billionaires in Ghana as well. So yes, it was a great session.
All right, thank you so much, sir.
Oh, I think the only thing I'll add is I think for the first time in about 20, 25 years of being in this industry, I think I see a future for the capital market in Ghana. Really.
All right, thank you so much, sir. And so, yes, I'm sure you made observations about the presentation. If there was any touch that you would want to add to it, what would it be to any school that you think you would want to send that to?
Well, I think, like I said, I'm very pleased because I think there's a future. The only thing I realized is that I think because of the time constraints, they were in a rush. And I realized that some of the participants really understood what they were saying, but some were just chewing point and forgetting. So and you can see in the way they spoke. So, but in all things, I think you have done an excellent job. No matter what position that you are, know that you are winners with what you have done, because what you are experiencing now, what you are going through now, will take you very far.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, just to add to that. So, for me, I think the most important part is the message at the end to all of us here. At the end of the day, you have to know that not all of us will really get the privilege of listening to some of these things. And so, getting to the conclusion part, I think almost all the schools demonstrated understanding and advising us on what we should actually be doing. And more importantly, the fact that no matter how small your income is, you can still be able to save or do an investment from. So it was good for me, all in all.
All right, thank you so much, judges. But my very last question is, anything to tell the people outside there watching us about this very advisory section that we had?
Yes, so it boils down to all of us, right? Recently, I was telling someone that if you give birth and you save 1 cedi for that child a day, 1 cedi, just 1 Ghana cedis, right? By the time the child gets to university level, you'll be heading around over 10,000 Ghana cedis, right? And no matter what program your child wants to pursue, you can be able to afford it conveniently. And, you think about it, 1 cedi, is it difficult to save 1 cedi? No. But most people will live to that level and then they'll be having challenges. So, at the end of the day, we shouldn't be just listeners. We should practice the things that we are learning from these sessions. And trust me, even 1 cedi, 2 cedis, 3 cedis, 5 cedis can do something great for us. If you want to become a billionaire, start from now. The kind of 30, 40, 50-year-old man, woman that you want to become, start from now. You have to choose to become that person, and you have to work towards it from now, right? If you want, you're a student. If you want to get the best of grades, you know what you have to do. You need to put in the work. And so if you want to be a millionaire, if you want to be financially okay, financially stable, you need to start putting in the work from now. And then at the end of the day, you thank your younger self for choosing to work on the path that you did over time. So that's the message from me to you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ebenezer. So yes, we'll take the very last words from you, sir.
So this is my simple message to you. I'm glad some of the participants were speaking about investing and not putting your money in betting. Because unfortunately for what we are seeing right now, because of technology and access to mobile phones, most of you are investing your money in betting. And please, betting is not investment. If you go through this process and you still think that you would bet and you make money, then it means that you didn't learn anything. So my simple advice to you is, what we are seeing right now, and because of where we sit, we see it now all the time. A lot of young people think that making money is you start today and tomorrow you must be rich. That is not how it works. All the speakers went through a process of telling you that you have to build wealth gradually. And please, any wealth that comes fast will go fast. But if you take your time to build it gradually, it will stay. So my little advice to you is, do not focus your mind on betting. Nobody, you can tell me anybody who has been made rich, and rich is not just having money now, who has been made wealthy from betting. The money will go fast. So go through this program and rather apply it. Build wealth. You have money. The 1 cedi a day or 2 cedis a day would be able to grow you wealth when you are, by the time you finish university. So my small advice to you, do not focus on betting. Take your mind off betting. Betting is just temporary satisfaction, but it will leave you later on in what? In a much deeper debt.
Thank you so much, our judges. This has been a wonderful interaction with you. I'm honored. Please, let's do it well for our judges. And so, yes, once again, this is the NIQ 2025 finals happen live here at the Magashi Hall between 4 women schools that have actually prepared. Once again, this event is proudly by the Young Investors Network in partnership with the Ghana Stock Exchange, Central Security Depository, and the Absa Bank Ghana. And so, yes, I would invite our Executive Director once again, who goes by the name Mr. Joshua, to actually declare who actually took the crown for the advisory section for this year. Please, let's do it up for him as he actually announced to us who won.
Thank you. This is very, very competitive competition. Let me put that way, competitive competition. So, but they've done very well. Can you please clap for them? So there's a tie, but let me just announce the scores. Straightforward, right? So we have Wesley Girls for all the 2 judges. They give them, not me, they give them 163. 163. So that means that there's no marks, so the higher the marks, that's the winner, right? Then Infantim School, 163. Who is the winner? Who? Oh, please. I don't know, but which visitors do you like? Which one? Kumasi High, St. Louis. Louis, or okay, St. Louis, 162, 162, 1633, and Kumasi High, all the way from Kumasi, 164. They've done very well. So can we get the judges here to come? And can we get all the presenters and their team to come for them to receive their... This is sponsored by Aziz Pension, and they are going with 5,000 Ghana cedis. Aziz Pension. And the second prize and the third prize, they are also going with good money. So please, can you get them here?
Kumasi High.
But they're not sure that they won the contest.
They are shocked. But that was very close call, say.
Yeah. I thought, I think all of them have done very well. So they are taking over from Wesley Girls. Okay. So let's call on my boss, Kofidakwa. So that's my boss. Okay. And is it my good friend or my... Okay. So... for them to present their award to them. So, Evan, you can join. Evan, you can join. You can stand.
And that is it going to Kumasi High. A very big thank you to you, boys. You've done very well. And so, yes, we'll have an icebreaker before we begin the finals. I know we are all waiting for the finals, but let's come down. So, yes, we'll take a choreography from our choreography team. So, please, let's hold up for them as they actually come on stage.
We have come to send a message. We have come because we are crusaders.
worship you. interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
If Jesus will be your only source this year, you will. I feel like this stage might not contain me. You will shout his name. Can me sing I hold on. Ichangai. Lemabella. Come on, because I. Timoaya. Come on, me. Timomela. Follow me. Money come, Miss Salaki. Messina man. What a mountain before me. At the name of the Lord, every knee must bow. At the name of the Lord, every knee must bow. At the name of the Lord, every
Thank you so much, and that was the Crusaders. Personally, the only thing I could do was to tap my feet and then nod my head. And I know that if you could dance too, you could have joined them, but you didn't. So all of us were tapping our feet. That was just by the way. And so yes, we are about starting the NIQ for finally. So we will take the school anthem like we usually do. And then I'll always take it from the school that is very close to me. And so yes, the very school that is close to me is West Africa. So you do as the first standard of your school anthem. So yes, you follow the tune that they will give you because your school anthem will be playing.
I'm not dancing right now.
I wish was
Thank you so much, West Africa, and indeed may the Lord richly bless us. All right, so we'll take the very next anthem from the St. Augustine's School. So St. Augustine's, please, will take your school anthem. And indeed, more Augustines. Down for part. Thank you so much, St. Augustines. And then we'll take very next anthem from Opokuwari. So, Opokuwari, please, you do us the honor of your school anthem.
Blessed by the Almighty, Lord in the way.
Thank you so much, Saint Opokuwari. So yes, the fee for you, those of you wondering why there was a female, Saint Louis for and so yes, we'll take the very last anthem from Adonton Senior High. So Adonton, you do as the honor of your school anthem. That was a very short one from Adontin. We were actually expecting the speaker to just say something. But yes, Adontin Senior High School, thank you so much for your school anthem. And so yes, we will invite the contestants on stage. But yes, we are not starting yet because we will have some few notes from our key sponsors. So yes, I'll begin by starting to invite our contestants. And then from what I see, so I'll first invite Adontin Senior High School to come on stage and get their seats. So Pokuwari can follow. West Africa Senior High School can follow. And then St. Augustine's too can follow equally. And so, yes, our contestants are seated. And so, we'll start taking our keynotes from our proud sponsors that have actually held us. And to do us the very first honor, as a man at the Ghana Stock Exchange, this man is the head of Department and Public. This man is the head of Marketing and Public Relations at the Ghana Stock Exchange. He has been a very key person and a milestone for us as young investors and also your NIQ competition. And so please, with a sounding round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Jerry Boache Dankwa on stage to give us a very keynote speaker. Until he gets to the stage. Until he gets to the stage, please.
So, a very good afternoon to all of you here. Our distinguished guests, our partners, teachers, and our very bright young finalists who have made it to the final. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. So I bring you greetings from the Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, Ms. Abnamwa, who could not be here today because of other engagements, and also bring you greetings from the entire management and staff of the Ghana Stock Exchange. Indeed, it's a great pleasure to be here today at the finals of the National Investment Quiz, a program made possible through the strong collaboration between the Ghana Stock Exchange, Central Securities Depository, Young Investor Network, APSA, and all the other partners. This initiative is more than a competition. It is a key part of our mission to improve financial literacy among young people and to build a culture of savings and investments from an early stage. We believe that when young people understand how money works, they are better prepared to make wise financial decisions in the future. Over the past 3 years, the Ghana Stock Exchange has intensified its financial literacy efforts through 3 main programs: the investment educational tours to the various schools, the stock pitch competition, and the National Investment Quiz, which the final is being held today. Through these initiatives, we have visited 352 schools across the country and reached out to over 215,000 students across the country. I think we would deserve a round of applause. In collaboration with the Young Investor team and CSD and the other partners. This is a significant milestone and a strong indication that our message is reaching the next generation of investors. In addition to these physical engagements, we have also worked to promote the use of digital investment tools provided by our partners. So today, some of you are familiar with the CD Manager. That is an investment tool that is used to buy and sell securities. Some of you are used to Trade Live from IC Wealth and the other ones on the market. These platforms make it easier and more convenient for individuals, especially young people like you, to begin your investment journey and to participate in the capital market. However, there's still more work to be done. We must continue to improve access to financial education, expand the availability of financial products, and use digital technology to simplify participation in these markets. At the Ghana Stock Exchange, we remain committed to launching new products and creating more opportunities that will broaden our offerings and make the market more inclusive for everyone. Today, our finalists here, I congratulate you for making it this far. Your interest in learning about investments and financial planning at such a young age is truly inspiring. You are not just contestants, you are future savers, investors, entrepreneurs, and leaders of our economy. On behalf of the Ghana Stock Exchange, I say a very big thank you to the Young Investor Network, the Central Securities Depository, ABSA, and all the other sponsors, UMB, stockbrokers, and the rest, and all the participating schools, teachers, and everyone who has contributed to the success of this program. Together, we are building a financially informed and empowered generation. Thank you all, and I wish all our finalists the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. And so, yes, yesterday, those of us who happened to be here with us at UG, we had a chance to visit Chief. And so, just as they promised us yesterday, indeed they are here, and they'll give us some keynotes to actually take home. And so, yes, with a round of applause, we'll invite Nana Kojo to actually give us some keynotes from the Chief. Until he's also on the stage, you're not stopping to clap. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon to all. I want you to keep clapping. I want you to clap your hands. Yes, yes, yes. Young, eager minds. First of all, before I begin, I want to tell you a bit about what I experienced on our way coming here. And I want you to tell yourself that I have made it. Tell yourself that I have made it. Okay, so on our way coming, on the stretch from Jowlu, we saw this fatal accident on the stretch. And then we saw people crying and yelling. And then we saw these police barricades and all that. So we went there, I chanced there, and I asked one of the inspectors, what is really happening here? And he said there was this young guy who has been a friend to all of us for many years. He has been a friend to all of us for many years. He was following us to this place because he heard that there's much information going on here. So he was following us. And on his way coming, he had a crash on the stretch. So I asked this policeman, what's the name of the friend? What's the name of that person? Who can tell me the name of that person? He's Poverty. Poverty is dead for all of us. Clap your hands for that. Poverty has no barrier with us. With such information, with such in-depth of knowledge, I believe that you and I, we are liberated from poverty. If you believe that, clap your hands and thank God for that. So that's my name, Nana Kojo from Chief. That is Center for Higher International Education Facilitation. What do we do? Can I see by hands those who want to have scholarship to study abroad? If you are here and you are looking for funding, scholarship to study abroad, after this in-depth knowledge, you want to further abroad, show by hands, let me see. Those who are looking for funding or scholarship. Wow, wow, that's good. That's good. Yes, yes, that's good. So basically what we do is, Chief has been in the industry for more than 20 years. How many years did I mention, please? More than 20 years. Wow. We have top-notch lecturers who have been trained college board standard. And when we talk about scholarship, we have built a rapport with more than 50,000 partner universities and colleges abroad. Talking of the top-notch universities, if I can probably ask anyone to mention any of the universities, we have Yale, we have Oxford, we have Harvard. Yes, I have some name, please. Yes. So we have built a rapport with most of the top-notch universities abroad. And for 20 years, we have helped build young, eager minds to have access to this institution that I mentioned. Most of the second cycle schools, talking about Wesley Girls, I see my lovely daughter's been here, Wesley Girls and other schools in here. Most of your schools, we have very good rapport with them. So our coming here this afternoon to expose you to the available opportunities we can get for you after high school. I believe you're all done with high school, right? Okay, so after high school, what next? If you want to pursue or further education abroad and you're looking for funding, then there is a need to take what we call the SAT. What does SAT mean? Can someone tell me what SAT means, please? SAT. I quite remember we talked when the mother said, is it Saturday or whatever? I said, no, not Saturday, it's SAT. Can someone tell me what SAT stands for? Scholastic Aptitude Test. Please clap your hands for that. Scholastic Aptitude Test. What is it for? It's for undergraduate students who are looking for scholarship. So if you are here and you are looking for scholarship, then there is a need for you to take the SAT. It just maths and English. The maths is called, we call the maths quantitative, and then the English called verbal. So each scored 800. So in total, how many points, please? 1,600. So if a child or a student takes the SAT and the score falls between 1,200 and 1,600, we call it the perfect score. Most of the institutions will be willing to offer that student admissions and also offer that student scholarship to come and study in there. We have the expertise to take you through this process. We can also do for a direct application with your WASI. We can do a direct application for you, get you your funding, get you the admissions, get you your visa, and everything until you leave the shores of Ghana to have your undergraduate studies done there. I believe you are happy for that. Please clap your hands for that. So where do we start from? Upon all this, where do we start from? We start from somewhere. My colleagues and my team are all over. Just give us your name, your school, give us your name, your number, and when you're done, we would call you, talk to you, and also assist you in this endeavor. But before then, I want to ask one question. I normally give the opportunity to students to have access to our discounted offers. And the question I'm asking, if any student is able to get me the answer, there will be a full offer, both in tuition and application for the student. And what is my question? Please, this is the question for you. Okay. Are you with me, please? Okay. There were some birds flying. This is the question. There were some birds flying. And those birds saw a bird. And the bird said, hey, you hundreds. And they said, we are not hundreds. We need half of us plus you to sum up to 100. How many birds were flying, please? Wow. Wow. Let me repeat myself again, please. There were some birds flying. And those birds met a bird. And then they said, hey, you hundreds. And the bird said, we are not 100. We need half of us plus you, the bird, to sum up to 100. How many birds were flying? Can I see a discounted offer both for admissions and scholarship, please? Who is giving me the answer, please? Who is giving me the answer? No, please. Who is giving me the answer, please? Oh, I said there were some birds flying, okay? And those birds met a bird. And the bird said, hey, you hundreds. And those birds said, we are not 100. We need half of us plus you, that one bird, to sum up to 100. How many birds were flying? Come in. 198. Let's clap for this lady. Let's clap for her. Please stand up, please. Let's clap for her. 198 birds. Yes. Yes. So please, you have discounted offer for both tuition and scholarship. When we are done, see me, okay? Wow. Wow. So my colleagues are there. You can approach any of us and then we'll be glad to assist you. Thank you so much for your time, and God bless all of us. Amen.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. And so, yes, that was it from Chief, and somebody actually got herself a discounted tuition. So, yes, we'll take the very keynote from our sponsor, one of our very sponsors, that is into disinfectant. So she goes by the name Jifa Gray, and that is the name of a department. So please, with a round of applause, let's welcome Jifa Gray on stage. Until she also gets on stage, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jifa Abekwe Gray, and Ghanaian. I produce disinfectant wipes right here in Ghana, approved by FDA. Now, let me tell you a short story, how I got here. So 2 weeks before the lockdown, I was in Lagos with my colleagues, and we were actually planning a summit, an SDG summit. You know Sustainable Development Goals, right? Good. Unfortunately, I had to come back home. I have a grandfather who is 78 at the time, who was 78 at the time, now 82, right? And all of a sudden, I had to take precautions at home. I was confused. I didn't know what to do. So I called my younger sister, who is a senior nurse, and then said, what are we going to do? Grandpa is at home. We need to take care. I like cleaning. I like taking care of my environment, but this is really scary. I don't want to die. I don't want anyone at home to die too. Now, we got some wipes, got some alcohol, and decided to do some experiment, right? And then all of a sudden, my sister said, why don't we take it to the lab and see what we can add to it? So we started giving it out. We did exactly that, and I started giving it out to those who couldn't afford sanitizer. You know, so we went to the zongos, villages, rural areas, giving our sanitizer, our wipes for free. And then after 4 months, I decided to brand it and turn it into a business. Guys, here we are. Well packaged. Everything you see here is produced here in Ghana. Now, thank you very much. Where is this taking me to, or taking us to? I know you sometimes get confused. You don't know exactly what you're doing, even in school. You have a course you're offering. You feel, oh, I'm not so good at it. Others are very brilliant at it. Others come out of school and they're thinking, is this really what I want to pursue? Now, you are so privileged. If I tell you how privileged you are to be in this room today, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have a clue. And I want you all to stand up for a minute, just for a moment. I want you to do that. My mother was a trader. My grandmother was a trader. My mother used to sell beef, tolo beef, right? Right. We started from Abeka Market. Then she got to Agbogboloshi. When I'm done from school, especially during the weekends, I have to go with her and help her at the market. I began to enjoy how, you can sell and collect money. I loved it. The fact that you could exchange something for a value, right? Now, little did I know that that was inculcated in me. And during an emergency, I decided to make great use of that skills that my grandmother and my mother installed in me. Now, what I see here is National Investment Quiz Competition. Guys, at our time, during our time, my mom couldn't even afford my secondary school fees. It was a white man who came back from England, John Boston. I was a model because I wanted to get into modeling. I was really skinny, though. And then he realized that, oh, you speak so brilliantly. What happened? Are you in school? I said, no. I'm done with junior high school, but decided to pursue something else because my mom was seriously sick and couldn't afford my fees. He offered to pay my fees. New job in secondary in Koforidua. If you're in this room today and you have the privilege of being offered such an opportunity, especially when it comes to literacy, finance, and every other desire that you have in you, if you do not give yourself the push, if you're waiting for somebody, especially, I'm going to talk to the girls first. I know we live in a society where there's a norm of grow up, do that, do this, and then you get married. It's a brilliant idea. You can still do that. and pursue the highest of your potential, your skills. And you do that a day at a time. No pressure. When you get stuck, take a breather. If you're privileged enough to meet some of the professors in this room or colleagues and seniors, go to those who give you good influence. We have bad and we have good. We're not judging, but you know what is good for you. And look, if you take the risk and go get pregnant like I did and pushed a dead baby out when I was 16 to 17, then that's your problem. I am blessed to have my life intact today. Not everybody gets away with it. Others die, some leave with scars, and others cannot even move to even explore, get another chance. And so it's an honor to be in this room. I know I'm selling disinfectant wipes to you, but the story or the truth behind this and the woman standing here is what I want you to pay attention to most importantly. So, you can have a seat. And clap for yourselves. Thank you very much. So, the plan or the goal is to actually get our product in all your schools. It's currently selling for 50 Ghana cedis, but we want to sell it in all your schools for 35 Ghana cedis. So I will be talking to the, do you like that? Is that a good idea? 30 Ghana cedis or 35? 30, 35, where are you going? That's smart. Yes, 30 Ghana cedis. Why not? I also own the NGO called Diffa Gray Empowers. So our NGO, including myself and my partners, would love to give it out for 30 Ghana cedis. Guys, it's a privilege being here. Be good. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Madam. And that was it from Diffa Gray. Thank you so much. And so, yes, we've heard from our key speakers who actually are sponsoring NIQ to make sure that this final actually comes on gracefully. And so, yes, we know about the stock simulation, what our coaches call Aviator, right? Please, it's not Aviator. It is called the stock simulation. And then Emmanuel is here. So Emmanuel will run through with us the stock simulation. And all of us here get the chance to trade before our contestants actually trade. So please, let's welcome Emmanuel on stage to actually talk to us about the stock simulation.
All right. Thank you very much, Pearl. So as Pearl said earlier on, we know that our teachers have been calling the stock simulation Aviator. But it's not Aviator. As part of Young Investors' mission to ensure that everybody understands Ghana's finance market, we decided to make this very practical. So this is what we are going to do. All of us here, we are going to trade for 5 minutes, and then the winner stands a chance to win an award from us. So the QR code has been displayed. You can take your phones, and then you can scan it. There are sheets also going around. You can take it and scan. Okay. Are we all okay now? There are sheets going around, so you can also take the sheet and scan. So when you scan the sheet, you get this login. Please, are you there? If you are there, let me see your hands up. Okay, so this is what you are supposed to do. Go to create account. Yes, we have created the account. All right, so Okay. So right now we have 30 people who have created an account. We can all see that. And so this is what we are going to do. We are going to open the markets. All of us here, we are going to trade. We are going to buy stocks from various companies listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange. And then at the end of the contest, or at the end of the time, 5 minutes, the winner will be given an award. So the time starts now. We can trade. So we have the leaderboard. We will see the winner, and then we will give the winner the award. So who is Richard? Richard 007. You are Richard. All right. Okay, so we can see that Richard has made 5 trades, and then he's leading with a 9.19% growth. So far we have Richard leading. And then we also have GKB. Who is GKB? Okay, we also have Frimpong Manso. Who is Frimpong Manso? Okay. So let's see who wins. We have Emmanuel Usu overtaking now to the second place. Who is Emmanuel Usu? Emmanuel Usu. Okay. We have Kingsford. Who is Kingsford? Kingsford. Okay. Frimpong, what's happening? You've stopped trading. Why? Continue trading. Okay. It seems Richard doesn't want anyone to overtake him. Richard is from which school? Okay.
Who is Dorcas? Where is Dorcas? Where's Dorcas? Oh, okay. Okay, so we are going to start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, so the market is closed. Let's see who our winner is. Okay, Richard, we have Richard. So Richard, can we see you here? Yeah, so
Richard, please, you come for your present, okay? So you want a t-shirt here, so you come for your t-shirt.
And Dorcas, you also have an award with us. See me after here. And then we also have.
Richard said the phone name come.
Kindly see me after here for your present. Okay, so thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for such a wonderful moment. So yes, however, whatever happened here doesn't affect the actual scores of the finals today. And so yes, once again, let me remind you that this is the very finale for the 2025 NIQ implemented by the Young Investors Network and in partnership with the Ghana Stock Exchange, Central Security Depository, and the Absa Bank Ghana. So yes, we are both starting before I hand over to the judge. Who is actually winning? Is it St. Augustine's? Is your Pokuwari? I heard I don't think. So who is winning NIQ 2025? Why are you guys quiet? What's winning? Who is winning NIQ 2025? All right, yes. And the truth is that our trophy is actually with Presec because they have been the reigning champions. So yes, Presec, since you don't. So yes, Presec, since you didn't even come to the finals, you have to hand over our trophy to us. And so yes, where's Presec? Please, they have to hand over our trophy. All right, so yes, Presec will come and hand over our trophy to us, and so we'll take a short keynote speak from the CSD. If the representative is here, we'll take a short speech from the CSD, and then we'll begin our contest for today. We didn't clap, oh. Please, let's clap for him. He said he's going to come back because you didn't clap. So clap for him, please.
Say heat. Say heat. I won't talk much because the guys are wild. They make wild too much. So, good evening to all of you. And thank you so much for availing yourselves to be going through this drill of study and to become good people and good citizens of Ghana. I think you deserve a round of applause. I'm speaking on behalf of CSD, and we are proud partners with the Stock Exchange to making sure that the capital market information that people need to make wise decisions to invest is very available to young people and the elderly at large. The CSD believes in young people, we believe in development, we believe in sharing information and education, and it is right that we've supported this platform for all these years to ensure that we're reaching thousands and thousands of young people across the country to have information about the capital market, the securities market, and all forms of investment alternatives that we have in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's encouraging to note that young people have shown so much interest, spending nights, days to study and research to be able to compete in such a manner. And I think that all those who have put themselves forward to compete deserve a very round of applause. To all the members of Young Investors Network who take time off to make sure they go across the country to make sure all this comes to fruition. And today we find ourselves at the finals of this year's competition. It is with joy that we know that from all these contestants, we would have just one winner. Who would be the winner? Who will lift the trophy this year? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish our competitors all the best, and may the best win, and may you cheer on as they compete. Thank you so much.
You go, I would want to ask you one question. Who is winning this year's NIQ? Who do you think is winning?
I'll tell the winner at the end of the program.
He will tell the winner at the end of the program. Thank you so much. And so, yes, CSD and Ghana Stock Exchange are one of our main sponsors, and we are very grateful to you so much. All right, so yes, we are starting. And then our quizmaster is already seated. But however, with a sounding round of applause, I would want us to invite our quizmaster, who goes by the name Mr. Godson Inkunu, to be our quizmaster for today. All right, thank you so much. So, sir, over to you.
Good afternoon. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, so, hello. I can't struggle with microphone today, okay? Please check my microphone for me. It's either you give me one of the microphones or something. Right. Good afternoon once again. So the long-awaited finals is here. This is why we actually came today, right? Yes, we've sat there. A lot of you are angry and bored and things, but don't worry, you'll all be sweating very soon. So you're welcome once again to the finals of the NIQ 2025. The winner for today will be crowned champion for NIQ 2025, and they will have the bragging right for a full year. As it stands now, the defending champions are not here defending. So all the schools have equal chances to participate and win, okay? So to all participating schools, be ready, because even though we are 4 here, only one is lifting the trophy. The National Investment Quiz Competition is organized by the Young Investors Network in partnership with the Ghana Stock Exchange, the Central Securities Depository, Absa Bank, and we have a number of partners which I'll be introducing as time goes on. Now, the goal here is to educate young people in financial literacy and investment. The journey has been very interesting so far. The journey has been very interesting. For Adontin Senior High School, they've been a school with a lot of persistence and grit. They were the Eastern Regional Champions, and then they came, they didn't give anybody any chance to prove anything. They've been meeting the schools, bullying them here and there, and they've come to the finals as it stands now. So today is the first time they are on the final stage. So no matter whether they win or they lose, they are champions for bringing their school to the final. And for that, they deserve a round of applause. Next, we have Opokuwari School. Now, Opokuwari has been, if you look at their faces, you will not really see them coming, but they came. This is also their first time being on the final stage. This is their first national appearance, and they are hoping to make their school proud. Let's give them a round of applause. West African Senior High School, the Accra Regional Champions. Now this school, they are like Black Stars. Did you hear me? They've won before, but it's been a very long time. So they are also hoping to win the trophy once again. Let's give it up to them as St. Augustine's. St. Augustine's College, all the way from Cape Coast. This is also their first time being on the final stage. You have 2 finals. You've been okay. Yeah. This is their second time, true. Take it and let's see. So yes, this is their second time on the stage. So when it comes to experience, they are very experienced. Okay, so they are here making a statement that they are not done yet. Their first time was last year, and they are here again. And this time, they intend to take the trophy home. So let's clap for them as they sit there. Infantim Senior High School. We have their coaches here. I'd like us to appreciate them. We have Sir Gabra David and Mr. Curtis. Let's clap for their teachers. We appreciate you very much. Opokuwari School. For Opokuwari, we have Madam Mavis Safo and Mr. Kwame Enchinyama. We thank you very much for your support so far. West African Senior High School, we have Madam MFA and Mr. Emmanuel Owusu. Thank you all very much. St. Augustine's College, we have Mr. Eugene Amwakun and Mr. Michael Akwesi. Thank you all so much. Okay. Now, we go into why we came here. So I'd like to appreciate all the audience. I have a surprise for you at the end of the contest, okay? Both online and on-site. Please stay with us till the end of the contest because there's a surprise for you. Now, my contestants, this is the finals, okay? I expect you to give me very straight to the point answers, all right? You've put in all the work. Display your brilliance. The contest is scheduled for 5 rounds. We have round 1, which is testing your theory and computations. Round 2 would be, we'll give you case studies. You give me answer based on the question you're given. Round 3 is the simulation stage. We'll talk about it when we get there. Round 4, the investment advisory stage. Round 5A, true or false. Round 5B, riddles. Now, we've been through this drill so many times. You are experienced, right? So let's delve right into the contest. Before that, I'd like you to introduce yourself and tell me how you feel entering this contest. I'll begin from Infantim Senior High School. Infantim, yes, let me hear from you.
I'm Okumi Isaac, and I'm here for the trophy.
Speak into the microphone.
I'm Okumi Isaac, and I'm here for the trophy.
You're welcome, Isaac.
I'm Kono David, and I'm also here for the trophy.
Okay, so Infantim is here for the trophy. Let's hear from OWAS.
I'm Tim Nanaya Chumesi, and I'm here to win.
Okay.
I am Jemfi Samuel Kweku, and I am also here to win.
OWAS is here to win. West African Senior High School, who do we have?
I'm Benson Maxwell, and victory is what we cherish.
Okay. Who else do we have from West Africa?
I'm Khan Eric Asari, and victory is what we cherish indeed, by the grace of God.
Very well. St. Augustine's College, who do we have?
I'm Gabriel Smith, and we are here to take the trophy back to Cape Coast.
Okay. And
Lawrence Kofi.
Lawrence Kofi. So they are here to take the trophy back to Cape Coast. We'll see about that. Round 1. Now you have 7 questions. The first 5 questions will be theory-based. The next 2 would be computational. Okay, so from round 1 to first 5 sets of questions, you don't need any computations. Okay, all right. Now, if you get your major question correct, you score 3 points. If you get it wrong, you don't score any point. In which case, in the instances where there are bonuses, I will announce as bonus. Wait for it to be announced as bonus. You ring, you wait to be called, and then you give the answer. Now, after all that waiting period, if you give us a wrong answer, you suffer a penalty of -1. And if you give us a correct answer, you score +1. Are we okay? All right. If we are okay, I'm also okay. Let's start with the contest. Let's test the bells first, quickly. I don't think, all right. OAS. West Africa. Augustines. Very well, very well. Now, I don't think, we know the payment system of Ghana, right? It is the infrastructure and arrangement that allows economic agents to initiate and transfer monetary claims in the forms of commercial and central bank liabilities. Now, the payment system of Ghana has been developed and premised on key objectives. So you have to tell me 3 and briefly explain 3 key objectives of the Ghana payment and settlement system.
Okay, so one of the key objectives is it deepens financial inclusion. Also, another one is it helps governments in their fiscal policy. It's also
I think the Chinese means you've been bailed out.
okay, so
Hello, you've been I told you the rules, right? I told you the rules. So let me repeat the rules for this one. I told you that when you are speaking, when you are speaking and you've been bailed out, you have to keep on flowing. Immediately you stop and you are doing, it means you didn't have that answer at the time. And so you've been bailed out, all right? So they gave me 2, and that is 2 out of 3. Opokuwari. Ghana's payment system is supported by various laws, which is in line with the 24 principles of financial market inclusions. Now, the laws that support the payment system in Ghana include the Bank of Ghana Act 2002, Act 612. We have the Payment Systems Act 2003, Act 668. We also have the Bill of Exchange Act 1961, Act 55. Now, these are the popular acts. Now, aside these laws, we have other laws. You have to give me 3, the names of the laws. So listen to how I give them. Bank of Ghana Act 2002, Act 612. And that is a complete law, right? Okay, so you have to give me 3 other laws that regulate the payment system in Ghana.
Okay, so the first one is the check under the check truncation system. And then we also have the bank lend credits.
Is our bell working? Okay, I believe it's 10 seconds now. Please check the bell. You've been bailed out. That is not correct. Bonus. Yes, you are warned. Next time, wait for it to be declared. West Africa.
1, we have the Central Securities Depository Act 2007 at 733. We have the Credits Reporting Act 2007 at 726. And we have the Foreign Exchange Act 2006 at 723.
That is correct for 1 point. West Africa. Hello, hello. We just began, okay? We just began. West Africa, your major question. Now, a commodity exchange can be defined as a regulated market which allows the purchase and sale of contracts backed by commodities such as the base or precious metals, agricultural, whatever, what have you. So there are 4 main participants in a commodity market. You are to state and briefly explain 3 of such participants.
So 1, we have the producer. So the producer is the one that manufactures the commodities that will be sold in the market. Then 2, we have the traders. They act as the intermediaries between the producer and the end user. And then lastly, we have the speculators. They bet on the price movement of the price of commodities.
That is correct for 3 points. St. Augustine's College. Now, we just heard a very insightful presentation from CSD, right? So, the CSD is the main institution providing securities, depository, clearing and settlement services. Hello. I like you all very much, but please, we came here for this, okay? Let's observe some silence. The CSD is the main institution providing securities, depository, clearing and settlement services in Ghana, okay? Now, Section 7 of the Act, the CSD Act 2007, Act 733, gives us 13 functions of the CSD. Out of those, I need you to give me 3 depository functions. 3 depository functions of the CSD.
So, first we have they maintain and keep and safeguard dematerialized securities. They also facilitate the clearing and settlement process. And also, they ensure that the security or the risk involved in clearing and settlement is mitigated by acting as a central counterparty.
Give me the third one again.
They reduce settlement risk by acting as a central counterparty during the clearing and settlement process.
So I said, give me 3 what? Depository. The third one you gave me, is that a depository function? So I'll give you 2 out of 3. Next set of questions. Infantim Senior High School. And this is a general preamble to all schools. So there are several theories explaining the relationship between dividend policy and firm value. Each school is to give me 1 theory, and in your theory you give me, explain the main argument of the theory and how dividend is determined, whether dividend matter according to that theory. Infantim Senior High School.
Okay, so we have the bird in hand theory. So for this theory, it states that shareholders prefer dividends, which are less riskier, than to wait for capital gains, which are highly riskier, as compared to the dividends they receive immediately.
2 out of 3. I'll explain later. OAS.
Okay, so we have the perfect market view. So in this view, dividends do not matter. And then there are no taxes. And then there is no realistic theory like this.
2 out of 3. West Africa Senior High School.
Okay, so we have the clientele effect. So this is a theory that states that a specific group of shareholders are attracted to a company as a result of a specific dividend policy it uses. So with this one, the managers of a company are to determine the dividend policy they use as a result of the kind of shareholders that trade on its shares. So an example, shareholders that want stable income will go to a company with a stable dividend policy.
2 out of 3. St. Augustine's.
Signaling effect. Now, with this effect, this basically means that the dividends the firm gives to investors sends a signal to investors indicating how the firm is performing. And so in this case, the dividends are important because it helps investors know how the firm is performing and will determine whether investors will buy more of the shares or not.
That is correct for 3 points. The reason why I gave you 2 is the question was in 2 parts. You tell me what the theory talks about, and you tell me whether dividend is relevant in there or not. You didn't. West Africa also didn't. OWAS told me, but they weren't able to tell me what the perfect market theory talks about, and that is why you all had 2. Is that okay? Very well. Next set of questions. Next set of questions. Let's do some economics. Listen to your question, you give me an answer. Infantim, now when the price of petrol increases, consumers began carpooling and cutting unnecessary trips. According to the law of demand, what happens to the quantity demanded and why?
So the quantity demanded of petrol is going to decrease because by the law of demand, the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded, all other things being equal. So here, when the price of petrol increases, individuals tend to cut off their trips. Hence, there will be less demand for petrol. And here, that's it.
That is correct for 3 points. Opokuwari. A consumer wants a new phone but does not have enough money to buy it. From an economic perspective, what does this person have effective demand? Explain your answer.
Okay, so from an economics perspective, this man doesn't have an effective demand, since an effective demand is the ability and willingness to purchase a good.
That is correct for 3 points. West African Senior High School. A rise in the price of cocoa motivates farmers to plant more cocoa trees and expand production. According to the law of supply, what happens to quantity supplied and why?
So quantity supply will increase. This is due to the law of supply, which states that ceteris paribus, that's all other things being equal. When the price of the commodity increases, the supply of commodity increases, and vice versa. So in this case, when the price of the cocoa increases, farmers will be willing to produce more in order to earn profit at the long run.
That is correct for 3 points. Now, the law of supply says that when the price increases, quantity supplied increases, not supply. They are two different things, okay? St. Augustine's College. A fall in the price of a product leads to an increase in the quantity demanded according to economic theory. Explain how true this statement is.
A fall in the price of a commodity leads to an increase in quantity demanded for most goods because according to the law of demand, the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded, and the lower the price, the higher the quantity demanded. But this is not true for all goods because certain goods such as necessities, which have price elasticity of demand equal to 0, demand remains the same despite the changes in the price of the goods and services. Also, goods such as elastic goods, which are very reactive to the changes in price, would increase. Quantity demanded of that good will increase when the price decreases. And certain goods such as perfectly elastic goods,
that is correct for 3 points. Next set of questions. Now there are several popular law cases, okay, in the law of contract. Now we know that the law of contracts was developed from the common law, and the common law is part of the Constitution of Ghana, okay? So it is very important that you know the basis of these particular cases. So I am going to give you a particular case, all the schools, different cases. Your ask here is to tell me the area of law. 2, give me the facts of the case briefly. A went to B, B went to A, brief case, and then C, the conclusion of the case. So A, the area of law, B, the fact of the case, and C, the court decision or the conclusion. Are we okay? Excellent. Infantim Senior High School. Adams versus Lindsell.
Invitation to treat. And the conclusion is it wasn't binding.
That is not correct. Bonus. Hello, are the bells working? Please test your bells. It's like nobody's ringing. Or, it's working. So, won't you ring? Okay. Very well. So, the bells are working. OWAS. So, that is not correct, okay? Maybe I'll tell you, maybe not. OWAS. We have Pharmaceutical Society of Great Britain versus Booth Cash Chemists Limited.
Okay, it talks about offer and acceptance, and the decision went against Booth Cash Company Limited.
I can't hear. What did you say? At the last part.
the decision went against Bushcast Chemists Limited.
Is that a final? They've been bailed out, right? Okay, so the area of law is indeed offer and acceptance, distinction between invitation to treat and an offer. But the facts were not stated. The conclusion, that is not the conclusion we are talking about. 1 out of 3. West African Senior High School. Let's talk about a Ghanaian case. Digbe versus Insia and another. If you knew the case, you would start talking, so don't talk now.
Okay, so the DV and Insia, that's the area of separate legal entity. And with that, the fact of the case was that Insia and others were suing the directors of the company, because in the law of contracts, it states that the company is a separate legal entity and they should act in their members. And then with the conclusion, it states that a company is a separate legal entity. Thus, it is an artificial body and it can be sued and not be sued.
You see how you are struggling to lie. That is not correct. Bonus. St. Augustine's.
So the class of this case is offer and acceptance. Here, the case was between a tenant against a landlord versus 2 tenants. So here, what they did was, the man asked him to, that is DB, he brought a new offer to the first defendant, which was about a new offer to rent. But the first defendant did not accept the offer, and rather brought a new offer after some days later. So the conclusion of the case was that there was no offer and acceptance, since the new offer did not constitute acceptance.
So the area of law is indeed true, but the fact, if that is not the case we're talking about. -1. And for your main case, let's still talk about a Ghanaian case. We have a case law with the title Domenyo versus Johnson Motors Limited.
So Domenyo versus Johnson Motors Limited is a case under offer and acceptance. So Domenyo saw an advertisement of Johnson's Motor Limited and decided to drop off his car at Johnson's Motor Limited. Then he didn't instruct anyone at Johnson's Motor Limited. He just left it there without saying anything. So a few days later, Johnson Motor Limited sent a letter to Domenyo to accept the contract, but Domenyo refused. So after the end of a specified period, Domenyo requested that Johnson's Motor Limited gives back his car, but the Johnson's Motor Limited company wanted the Domenyo to pay some money or compensation for keeping the car, as well as the risk associated with keeping the car, but he refused. The conclusion of the case is that Domenyo has to pay no money because there was no offer and acceptance, since the advertisement was an invitation to treat.
That is correct for 3 points. Now you are minded that this is the finals of NIQ 2025, not quarterfinals, not prelims. Next set of questions. On the 16th, general preamble, all of you. On the 16th of August 2019, the Bank of Ghana revoked the license of 16 savings and loans companies and 7 finance houses. Then on the 8th of November 2019, the Securities and Exchange Commission revoked the license of 53 fund management companies. Now, after 6 investigations, they identified some serious corporate governance issues, of which led to them seizing the licenses. For all the schools, identify one of such corporate governance issues identified by SEC and tell me why it led to them seizing the license of those entities, the severity of the corporate governance breach. I don't think in high school.
Okay, so one issue, the one corporate governance issue the SEC identified was that some of the banks didn't have the capital adequacy ratio. Theirs was below the minimum, which is 10%. So hence, they weren't supposed to be trading, or they weren't supposed to be offering services.
That is not correct. Opokuwari.
Okay, so one was the non-performing bank loans. So this is when they give loans to people and they don't pay back the loans. And then this led to them seizing their certificates because without the loans, they won't be able to finance their businesses, or they won't be able to give loans to other people.
That is not correct. West African Senior High School.
So we have no effective functioning of the board. So according to SEC's investigation, most firms were not having requisite and experienced board of directors to ensure the compliance to standards. So due to this, they breached the law, and it led to several crashes, and this was investigated by the SEC.
That is correct for 3 points. St. Augustine's College.
They found out that the firms use creative accounting methods, such as using or under-provisioning certain assets, and therefore making the firm look like they are financially healthy while they are illiquid.
That is correct for 3 points. So, OWAS and Adontin, we were talking about corporate governance issues. We were talking about balance sheet stuff like non-operating loans. It's not a corporate governance issue, okay? All right. Next set of questions. You can pick your calculators now. Let's please supply them with extra sheets for the computations. Now, as we are doing that, listen to the question. All of you, general preamble. Now, you are analyzing stocks on the Ghana Stock Exchange to determine whether they are undervalued based on value investing indicators. Okay? So, these are the industry averages for all of you. Industry averages. The industry PE ratio is 12. The industry return on equity is 15%. The industry dividend yield is 4%. So we have PE ratio of 12, return on equity of 15%, and the dividend yield of 4%. Did we get that? Now, for all of you, I'm going to give you a stock and data about the stock. You have to tell me whether or not that stock is undervalued. Are we okay? Excellent. So you first of all, listen. You first of all give me the PE ratio, you give me the return on equity, you give me their dividend yield, and then you tell me whether or not they are undervalued. I don't think, for your stock, we have the price per share, 6 Ghana cedis. Earnings per share, 0.6 Ghana cedis. Net income, 24 million Ghana cedis. Equity, 120 million Ghana cedis. Dividend per share, 0.3 Ghana cedis. 30 seconds.
Okay, so the stock is undervalued having a PE ratio of 10, and return on equity to be 0.2, and dividend yield to be 0.5%. So the stock is undervalued.
That is correct for 3 points. Opokuwari, for your stock, price per share 10 Ghana cedis, earnings per share 0.8 Ghana cedis, net income 40 million Ghana cedis, equity 250 million Ghana cedis, dividend per share 0.2.
So the price to equity, the price to earnings is 0.02 Ghana cedis. The stock is undervalued, and the return on equity. And this,
1 out of 3. West African Senior High School. I'll tell you why later, okay? Was your stock, price per share 4.5 Ghana cedis. That is 4.50 pesos. Earnings per share 0.3. Net income 80 million Ghana cedis. Equity 80 million Ghana cedis. And dividend per share 0.1 Ghana cedis. 30 seconds.
So the first one, which is the price to earnings ratio, is 15 Ghana cedis. Then the return on equity is 0.225 Ghana cedis. And then we have the dividend yield to be 0.0222, and the stock is overvalued.
Okay, so the PE is 15. The return on equity is not in Ghana cedis, it's in percent, but yes, it's 22.5. And the stock is undervalued. 2 out of 3. St. Augustine's College. Your stock. Price per share, 12 Ghana cedis. Earnings per share, 2 Ghana cedis. Net income, 100 million Ghana cedis. Equity, 400 million Ghana cedis. Dividend per share, 0.9 Ghana cedis. 30 seconds.
So the PE ratio is 6 cedis, and the return on equity is 25%, and the dividend yield is 7.5%. So comparing the PE ratio to the industry standard, from the PE ratio it is undervalued, but comparing from the return on equity and the dividend yield, it is overvalued.
So is the stock undervalued or overvalued?
It is overvalued.
Okay, so the PE is correct, the return on equity is correct, but they just need one. If they meet one criteria, just one, then they are undervalued, okay? So the stock is undervalued. 2 out of 3. The last set of questions for this round. Computations. I don't think senior high school. Now, for all the schools, you are computing interest. You are computing the interest, okay, in the case you're given, the interest. I don't think you invest 5,000 in a savings account that compounds semi-annually. After 8 years, your investment grows to 9,860. Compute the annual interest rate.
Okay, so the interest is 0.5%.
0.5%. A minute, I'm addressing something here. Give me a minute. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So your answer was 0.5. That is 5%. That is not correct. Bonus. Okay. OAS. A company offers a fixed deposit where 12,000 Ghana cedis grows to 20,000 in 6 years. With interest compounding semi-annually, find the annual interest rate.
Okay, so the compound interest is 10%.
You have another chance.
We can't.
You've been bailed out. Bonus to the other schools. Okay, looks like nobody likes it. Let's go. West African Senior High School. You invest 8,000 in a mutual fund for 10 years. Compounding semi-annually, and it grows to 18,000. Calculate the annual rate of return, or the interest rate.
So it's approximately 9%. 9%.
That is not correct. And you've even been bailed out in addition. Augustines. An investor deposits 2,500 Ghana cedis into an account that compounds semi-annually. After 15 years, the account balance is 10,000 cedis. Determine the annual interest rate.
The annual interest rate is 2.19%.
That cannot be correct. Okay, so you all, I heard very insightful presentation. So she should put the money in a mutual fund to compound semi-annually, and she will get 1, 2, 3, 10. How did you arrive at those answers that you gave us in the presentations? So anytime that you are being trained, okay, you ask the teachers, oh, but how did we arrive at this? Now, to arrive at these answers, I've given you the present value. I've given you the future value. I've given you the number of years. I've given you the number of compounding, right? So future value or present value, you can use any formula. Let's use the present value. So the present value, any of them. Future value is equal to present value times compounding factor. The present value is equal to future value times discounting factor. You know your discounting factor. The thing that is worrying you is the rate. It is compounding semi-annually. So R will be divided by 2 into bracket N times 2. And then you just punch that in your calculator. Within 3 seconds, you should give me the answer. Okay. And that brings us to the end of round 1. This is the finals, okay? This is the finals. You don't expect to be smiling. Now we await the scores for round 1 as we zoom right into round 2. Now, at the end of round 1, the separators are addressed subsequently, okay? At the end of round 1, the following are the scores. Infantim Senior High School, 10, 1-0. Opokuware, 7. West African Senior High School, 14. St. Augustine's College, 15. We go right into round 2. Before that, some schools want to effect a substitution. So let's clap for Opokuware as they effect their substitution. Let's clap for them. Your clap can win your school the trophies. Keep clapping till they... Are they the only ones? Hello, please join us on stage, okay? Your name can come later. Gentlemen, you're welcome. Can you please introduce yourself?
Please, I am Joe in Chasamo.
Okay, you're welcome. All right. Now for round 2, okay, we are going to give you a case, very simple case. You have to listen and give answers to the case you are giving. A question to all the schools. Now, in any case you are listening to, you will give me the ethical issue, okay? You have to give me the ethical issue we're talking about and who bears the financial responsibility. Is it the firm or the other party? I'll mention their names, so don't worry. So note the key ethical issue and who bears the liability or the financial responsibility. Infantim Senior High School. Kojo, a research assistant, is preparing a report on listed manufacturing companies. His analysis shows significant weaknesses that justify a sell recommendation. However, the company recently sponsored an event for Kojo's firm, and management hints a negative report might threaten future sponsorship. Kojo considered softening his conclusions to avoid the conflict. Identify the ethical issue and... Okay, so identify the ethical issue and what measure can protect Kojo from this pressure.
Okay, so over here, the ethical issue is that Kojo is not trying to be... he's not trying to act fairly or integrity. He's not trying to act integrity because he doesn't want to bring out the correct issue. He doesn't want to bring out the correct issue. And hence, the person who bears the financial responsibility is Kojo, since he's supposed to bring out, he's supposed to promote the integrity of the company.
No, I'll spare you this because it came from me. Listen to the second question. It's not liability. I said, what measure can protect analysts like Kojo from such pressure?
Okay, so one main measure which can protect Kojo is that the company, which can protect Kojo is that the company must lay down certain rules and regulations which is going to ensure that all the workers of the company act accordingly.
Okay, so the main ethical issue being compromised here is not integrity. The main thing we are talking about is independence and objectivity, okay? And if we had time, I would have made you explain all this, but later, all right? So that is not correct, but I'll give you the second one. So 2 out of 3. OWAS. Nana, a fund manager, is responsible for allocating shares in an oversubscribed IPO. She privately allocates a larger portion to her own investment account because she believes the company will perform well. Her client receives much smaller allocations despite having similar investment needs. An internal audit later reveals her self-preferential allocation. Identify the ethical issue here and what should the firm do to prevent similar issues from arising?
Okay, so the ethical issue is conflict of interest. And what the firm should do is that the firm should appoint another person to handle the subscriptions of fund managers who are in this. Okay, so the firm should prevent fund managers who have invested in the same fund and make other people...
That is correct for 3 points. The firm should appoint an independent person to come and do this allocation. That is correct. Was Kwesi, a research officer, writes a report on a new fixed income strategy. The report emphasizes high potential returns if interest rate volatility declines, but excludes discussion of potential losses if volatility increases. The marketing team circulates the report to clients. Clients later complained that downside risks were not disclosed. Identify the specific key ethical issue and how should the firm improve this review process.
So the key ethical issue here is that the company Kwesi failed to disclose information which is relevant, complete, and then accurate. So the company can ensure that this doesn't happen again by ensuring that all its members engage in due diligence, which means researching well before publishing to their customers to act based on that information.
That is correct for 3 points. St. Augustine's. Ajwa, an investment manager, overhears a senior executive discussing a confidential upcoming merger. She immediately increases her client's holdings in the company shares before the information becomes public. The stock prices surges after the official announcement. Compliance later questions her trading timing. The ethical issue in this scenario and what internal controls can prevent this issue?
So the ethical issue is that ADRA acted on material non-public information, which is insider trading. And the measure they can do here is that the company should have reported the leaked information to the SEC in order that it would have corrected it, as well as prevent anyone from further trading on it, and hence maintain the integrity of the capital market.
Okay, so that is correct, but I am struggling to hear you, and I believe, so maybe you can go back a bit and speak, okay? Yeah, so the key ethical issue here is insider trading and your recommendation. So that is correct for 3 points. Next set of questions. Kindly pick it up, okay? All right. So we are talking about payment systems. We just spoke about payment systems, okay? So payment systems across board. Now, two brokerage firms, two brokerage firms trade 200 million worth of corporate bonds daily. Instead of settling every trade individually, the CSD nets all security obligations at the end of the day. However, although securities settle on a net base, the cash related to the transaction settles on a gross basis through the settlement bank. Each firm then pays or receives funds for each trade individually. Now, which DVP model is used, and why do you think it is that model?
DVP2, that's fund settle net and fund settle gross security settlement.
2 out of 3. I'll explain later. OAS, a pensions fund places an order to buy government bond worth 10 million Ghana cedis through the CSD. When the transaction is processed, the bonds move from the seller's security account as the CSD at the exact moment the cash is transferred from the buyer's settlement bank. The system automatically blocks the securities and funds until both sides are ready. The exchange occurs only when both are confirmed. What settlement system is being used, and why do you think it is that particular settlement system?
Okay, so this is the delivery versus payment 3. So this is the third one. This is because the funds settle net and the securities also settle net.
That is not correct. West Africa Senior High School. A large investment bank needs to transfer securities from one of its internal custodial accounts to another branch office abroad. The shares are moved within the CSD without any corresponding transfer of cash. The transaction is processed purely as a book entry movement. No banking instruction for payments are triggered. You tell me the settlement system being used and why you think it is that settlement system.
As the free of payment. This is because under this system by the CSD, securities settle, but securities and funds does not settle simultaneously. And why this postponing the transfer of securities? So
2 out of 3. St. Augustine's. A stock exchange facilitates hundreds of equity trades in a day. The CSD aggregates all trades and calculates a net securities obligation for each broker, while the settlement bank nets all cash obligations as well. Only the final net positions are settled for both securities and funds. No gross settlement occurs. What DVP model is being used, and why do you think so?
I have to explain why.
the DVP model used is a DVP3. That's settlement net funds net.
DVP what?
3. Now, with this one, the settlement does not have to be made. The settlement is placed in an account as well as the funds. And so once each of the following or the respective people involved in the trade present what is needed in the trade, that is, if the securities are presented in the account and then the funds are presented inside the bank account, that's ready for payment. That is when the trade can happen.
2 out of 3. Okay. So for all those who had 2 out of 3, you had the model right, but your justification, okay, just justify based on the case. So yes, DVP model 3. Why? Because both securities and the funds settle on net basis, which is the settlement character. Now you are defining some things. Okay, so that is it. Your model, you gave me the DVP model. Then you explain why you believe that transaction is a DVP model. Okay, and you were saying a lot of things. All right. Next set of questions. Now, in this instance, we've all heard of corporate scandals, right? Various corporate scandals. So I am going to give you a scenario of a corporate scandal. You have to tell me which corporate scandal I'm talking about. A scenario of a corporate scandal. You have to tell me which corporate scandal I'm talking about. You thought I'll let you list them. No, sir. Adontin, a large energy trading company secretly moved billions of dollars of debt off its balance sheet using complex special purpose entity created by the senior executives. Investors continue to believe the company is highly profitable, but the hidden liabilities eventually surfaces, causing the firm sudden collapse. Employees lose pensions, shareholders lose value, and the auditing firm is accused of failing to detect this fraud. What scandal is this?
Enron corporate scandal.
That is correct for 3 points. OAS. A large global investment bank begins facing financial pressures due to risky mortgage-backed securities. To max its true leverage, the firm temporarily moves billions of dollars of liabilities from its balance sheet through short-term repurchase agreements disguised as sales. When the financial crisis intensifies, the hidden exposure becomes visible, contributing to the firm's collapse. Which corporate scandal was described?
Okay, so the Lehman Brothers.
That is correct for 3 points. Hello, your demeanor alone. Okay, come inside the quiz, right? Your face alone can. All right, West African Senior High School. WAS, an audit firm responsible for reviewing the financial statements of a major corporation, discovers serious irregularities. Instead of reporting them, several senior staff members destroy documents and provide misleading audit reports in an attempt to cover up the client's fraudulent activities. When the truth emerges, the firm faces criminal charges and loses its license. Which corporate scandal did I just describe?
That's a Wells Fargo scandal.
We have one other chance.
So, AIG.
That is not correct. I'll address that later. Augustine's, a leading automobile manufacturer, markets its diesel vehicles as environmentally friendly. Later, regulators discovered that the company installed software designed to cheat emissions tests, making vehicles appear far cleaner in labs than they are on the road. The scandal triggers massive fines, public outrage, and a serious blow to the company's global reputation. Which corporate scandal did I just describe?
The Volkswagen scandal.
That is correct. And yours was the Arthur Andersen scandal. They were an audit firm, okay? Arthur Andersen. All right. Next set of questions. So I'm going to give you a case, okay? And I like doing this so that you tune your mind there. Because if I just give you the case, you just tell me things. So if you read the news yesterday, the Monetary Policy Committee gave us a new monetary policy rate. Who can tell me the rate? This should have been a question. As a business student, you should consume business news like something. So now they've reduced it to 18%. It has an impact on businesses, okay? So with that in mind, listen to your case, Adontain. Amma recently took home a loan, okay? She recently took out a home loan. The central bank increased interest rate by 2%. Her monthly mortgage payment increased, and she finds it harder to afford discretionary spending. At the same time, her savings account earn more interest. So the question here is, did the increase in interest rates lead to higher or lower household borrowing? Explain why.
Okay, so it led to a higher household borrowing. Since the interest rate was increased and she borrowed the house through the mortgage, so here the interest she will be paying on the mortgage is also going to increase. Hence, it will increase the household borrowing.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Correct for 3 points. OAS. Kojo runs a small manufacturing business and relies on a bank loan to finance operations. Following a central bank rate hike, the cost of his loan rises and the bank becomes more selective in lending. Kojo decides to reduce inventory and delay expansion. So your question here is, did the interest rate increase lead to an increase or a decrease in business investment? You explain why or your reasoning.
Okay, so the hike in the interest rate led to a decrease in the business investment. This is because it reduced borrowing, since they won't be able to borrow more, since the bank reduced the available loans.
And he also reduced the number of inventory he makes during the year.
I accept that. Correct for 3 points. Hello, what's your name? What's your name? Yes, you. John. Joel. Okay, Joel. I don't know, but you are still outside the quiz. Yes. I don't like your demeanor. Maybe you have to do some exercise here for us to come inside the quiz, okay? But look active, all right? Okay. Was, you're a shy guy. West African Senior High School. A cocoa exporting company notices that after the central bank raises interest rate, the local currency appreciates. Foreign buyers now find Ghanaian cocoa more expensive and sales start to decline. Domestic consumers also face higher borrowing costs. Your question, did the interest rate increase likely lead to an appreciation or a depreciation in the local currency? Explain why you believe that is the case, okay, in terms of import and export.
Oh, it led to currency appreciation. This is because when the interest rate rose, the returns will rise, and then with this, investors will be willing to invest in a domestic country, and it will enable the currency to appreciate. And with the cocoa exporting company, in terms of export and import, when the interest rate is high, cocoa farmers will be more willing to export because the currency has appreciated. And yes, and then the currency appreciates. And with this, it tells why the currency appreciated.
Yes, I'll give you 3 because of what he said before the import and export. So when a currency appreciates, exports don't increase, they rather decrease because export becomes more expensive, okay? But because of what you said before, and you explained why you think currency appreciates, I'll give you that. But because of public education, I can't let you lie to my audience, all right? Okay. The last question. St. Augustine's College, your question. The government planned to finance infrastructure projects through borrowing. After the central bank increased interest rates, the cost of borrowing rose significantly. As a result, the government delays some projects while private investors earn higher returns on fixed income investments. So you have to tell me, did the increase in interest rate cause government borrowing cost to increase or decrease? And what was the effect on spending and growth?
The interest rate caused government spending to increase, and the effect on spending and growth is that since the cost of borrowing has become high, governments will spend less since they can't borrow more money to finance infrastructure projects.
I accept that. Correct for 3 points. The next set of questions. Okay, here we are measuring performance. We are measuring performance in this set of questions. At Infantim Senior High School, a fund manager reports that his portfolio returned 14% this year, while the risk-free rate was 5%. He explains he wants to know how much excess return he generated for every unit of total volatility. He uses the portfolio standard deviation of returns as the measure of risk. Identify the method used in this scenario.
The Sharpe ratio.
That is correct for 3 points. OWAS. A bank evaluates a lending portfolio that is expected to yield 11% over the next year. To assess whether the return justifies the risks taken, the risks department compares this expected return to the portfolio's value at risk. Management wants to benchmark this figure against its historic internal performance targets. Identify the method used in this scenario.
Okay, alpha.
You have one other chance.
Sortino ratio.
That is not correct. I'll give my answer later. Remind me, okay? WAS. An investment analyst examines a fund that earned an annual return of 9% in 2024. However, during the year, the fund experienced a steep fall from its peak value to its lowest trough. The analyst divides the annual return by this largest peak to trough decline to evaluate resilience. Identify the method used in this scenario.
The return over maximum drawdown.
That is correct for 3 points. St. Augustine's. A pension fund manager wants to assess performance but only penalize returns that fall below 6% minimum acceptable return. She computes excess return as portfolio return minus minimum acceptable return and measures risks using only downside deviation. She prefers this because strong positive return should not inflate the risk measure. Identify the method used in this scenario.
The Sortino ratio. Sortino ratio.
Sortino ratio is correct for 3 points. And yours was the return on. Yours was the risk adjusted return on capital, right? The risk adjusted return on capital. Okay. Last set of questions. We have 6 questions in this round. Last set of questions. Adontin. So here you are to tell me who is liable and justify who is liable by reason of the act, the Companies Act. Why do you think the person is liable? Is that okay? Excellent. Adontin Senior High School. The managing director of Sunrise Food signs a distribution agreement with a retailer. He acted exactly as previous managing directors had done in the ordinary course of business of the company. The retailer had no knowledge of any internal restrictions on the MD's power. Who is liable? in this scenario and why?
Okay, so over here is the MD, and this is because the retailer had no knowledge about it. He had no knowledge.
That is not correct. Next scenario was a buyer enters into a land agreement with a company's finance officer who is not authorized to execute such contracts. The buyer was told earlier by the company secretary that only the board can approve land transactions, but he proceeded anyway. The company later repudiates the contract as irregular. Who is liable in this instance? And then give me a convincing reason as to why.
Okay, so the buyer is liable. This is because he was given the information that only some people could approve the transaction and still went on with the deal with the CFO.
That is correct for 3 points. West Africa Senior High School. The board of Kofi Tech Limited approves a supply contract in the usual course of business. The supplier relied on the director's authority, which appeared regular from the company's filings. Later, the company argues that its constitution did not authorize the specific type of transaction. Who is liable in this instance? And then give us a reason as to why.
So the company is liable. This is because any acts done by any officer or director of the company affects the company in good faith, affects the company. And with this, that's an act done by the members and act of the company. So in this case, the company is liable.
That is correct for 3 points. St. Augustine's College. A bank grants a loan to Golden Palm Limited after reviewing documents properly signed by the company secretary. The company secretary appeared duly appointed based on filings, and the bank had no reason to suspect any irregularity. It later emerged that the secretary exceeded his actual internal authority. Who is liable in this instance and why?
The company secretary is liable because she exceeded her authority given to her by the company.
That is not correct. The company is liable. And the reason is because the bank was dealing with the secretary. The bank was dealing with the secretary, and the bank assumed that the secretary had that right. So it is the company's role to let the banks know the limitations placed on the secretary. All right, so that brings us to the end of round 2. Let's give it up to our schools. They've done very well as it stands now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All schools, we appreciate you very much. Let's dial it down as we continue the contest. So there's a protest here I'd like to address. In the next 1 minute, if a school is still doing the JAMA, the school will suffer -10. Thank you all very much. All right, so before we proceed with the scores, there is a protest I'd like to address. Very simple one. So, because they gave 2 and they had 2, and these guys gave a wrong definition of them and they have 3, and so it is unfair. I don't see it like that because I deem it fair, and so this protest is not upheld. At the end of round 2, the following are the scores. For round 2, Opokuwari, let me start from Adontin. Adontin scored 13. Let's clap for them. Opokuwari, 12. West African Senior High School, 14. St. Augustine's College, 14. At the end of round 2, the following are the cumulative scores. Adontin Senior High School, 23. Let's clap for them. Opokuwari, 19. West African Senior High School, 28. St. Augustine's College, 29. So these are the scores as we enter into the round 3 round. Okay? So we will have our simulation experts quickly take us through what the simulation measures, and we start trading. So, yeah, you can take over.
Hello. Okay. All right, thank you very much. So we are going to what we are going to do. The system is going to be reset, and then our various schools will create an account with the school's name. All right, so the system has been reset, and so please, you can go ahead and create your schools. Okay. Okay, so we have St. Augustine's College, we have West African Senior High, we have Opokuwari School, and then we have Adontin Senior High School. All right, so currently the market is closed, the market is going to open, and then every school has 15 minutes to trade. So every school has a virtual amount of 100,000 cedis, and then at the end of the 15 minutes, the school should grow the portfolio account. When you decrease it, you face some penalties, right? And then the school that has the best growth will receive 10 marks. The second receives 8, the third receives 6, and the fourth receives 4. But when you get a negative growth, you get just a point. Please, are we clear? All right, so the market is opened. Okay, so your time starts now. You can start trading.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are having a glitch in the trading. There is a problem with the trade. You can see the trading has paused, and it seems as though we are unable to fix it and our time is fast spent. So what's going to happen is we are going to assume all the schools had equal. They didn't trade at all, so everybody has 0. And if that is the case, everybody gets 10 points. Thank you very much. Now, as you already know, I am very much interested in this, okay? So, whether you trade here or not, please, after here, maybe see the Yen people, see Ghana Stock Exchange, and learn how this is actually done, and master it. 10, 8, 12, 0, it doesn't really matter after this competition, trust me. What matters is what you get out of it. This 0, 3, it doesn't count, it doesn't go anywhere, right? So go and monetize this knowledge. Okay. All right, we go into the next round. That is the investment advisory session, okay? So we are going to take the presentations from the other schools. It seems as though my contestants are a bit moody and tense. I don't know what's going on. Contestants, are we okay? You are not a contestant. Are you okay? Hello. St. Augustine's, are we good to go? St. Augustine's, all right. Was? Opokuwari? Adontin? Very well. So we are going to begin our investment advisory session shortly. So here you have 10 minutes and you've given a case, right? Your ask here is to present your solution to us based on your analysis and your conclusions. Please do so within the 10 minutes, and I know you are good at this. Just do you and you'll be fine, okay? So if the slides are ready, I think we can begin here. I'm more interested in true or false and riddles. This one. Or we should skip. Okay, so we can take our first presentation from Adontin Senior High School. All right, so you have 10 minutes. You can start.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Zufao. Introducing our clients here, Amma. Amma, who is a member of the Young Investors Network. The Young Investors Network has launched a new initiative called My First Stock Project. So here, Amma is to do some evaluations and research so as to come out with the best company that will help her in her long-term investment. So with this, she has to compare options across different sectors, such as the telecommunications sector, the finance sector, the insurance sector, and the rest. So after all evaluations and research about the companies listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange, Amma came out with the best option, which is the MTN Ghana. And we all know the MTN Ghana to be the largest telecommunication company in Ghana here, offering services such as the voice service, data and mobile money service, and also digital services. It covers a wide range of customers such as the students, the household, and also the small and medium enterprises.
All right, so I'll take off from where my partner left off. Now, okay, so based on research, it has been noticed that more than 50% of Ghanaians use MTN as their service provider, right? Okay, so just to quickly prove that, kindly wave me if you are currently using MTN. All right, so based on that, you are going to see that MTN is the largest telecommunication company in Ghana that provides voice, data, mobile money services, and also other digital services as well. Now, The company is being managed by an experienced management team that is supported by major African telecom giants, having a diversified board of directors, which shows a strong corporate leadership. As a public company, MTN is being mandated to publish its audited accounts to the public in order to meet the GSE disclosure requirements. Now, before I continue, I believe probably most of you have been in that position where you receive a notification telling you that, dear customer, you've exhausted 90% of your data bundle. You then ask yourself, where does all that money go to, right? Now, looking on our screen over here, we delve into the financial health of MTN. Now, in 2023, MTN generated a revenue of 6.15 billion Ghana cedis, and then increased that by 31.2%, giving off an 8.1 billion Ghana cedis. Also, profits of MTN increased from 3.9 billion Ghana cedis to 5.03 billion Ghana cedis, indicating a 26.3% increment in profit. That should clearly show you how profitable MTN has been in the past 3 years, right? All right, so looking at how MTN is being financed, MTN has proven a stable debt portfolio, showing a strong cash flow that enables it to finance its operations and expansions. As part of a dividend policy, MTN has been known to pay out dividend consistently to its investors, making it highly attractive to both retail and institutional investors who seek to earn passive income over time. Now, on our screen over here is a graph that shows the revenue and the profit generated by MTN both in the year 2023 and also 2024, where the 2023 is in green and the 2024 is in red. Fast forward, we move on to the potential growth of MTN. Ladies and gentlemen, currently as we are speaking, MTN is investing in 4G network expansion and also doing 5G trials as well. The company has been known to transition from traditional voice services to rising fintech and mobile money platforms, developing the digital economy through smartphone adoptions. Also, the company, being the largest telecommunication company in Ghana, has adopted AI-enabled services and also fintech partnership that has improved its competitiveness in the telecommunication industry. Now, moving on, we evaluate the price and value of MTN. Now, MTN's share prices has historically been affordable, dated back in the year 2018, where share prices of MTN was just 1 Ghana cedis. Currently, as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, MTN share price is 4 cedi 20 pesos per share. Also, the company has approximately been valued to be 52.9 billion Ghana cedis, with a P ratio of 8.23. With a P ratio of 8.23, it clearly shows or indicates a potential for growth in the near future or the near years to come. Okay, so based on increase in demand for data services and mobile money services, MTN has been able to generate a lot of revenue and also expand its customer base as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing from where my co-analyst ended, now I'd like to walk you through some of the major risks associated with MTN. But first and foremost, I would like to define risk. When we talk about risk, this is the uncertainty or probability of loss pertaining to investment. So here, some 2 major risks associated with investing in the MTN is the regulatory and also the currency and macroeconomics risk. First, I would like to talk about regulatory risk. When we talk about regulatory risk, this is the probability of loss due to non-compliance to the laws, rules, and regulations pertaining to the industry. So over here, telecom and mobile money are heavily regulated. Hence, changes in taxes, mobile money levies, or compliance rules can affect the profitability of the company greatly. Secondly, I would like to talk about currency and macroeconomics risk. So when we talk about currency risk, this is the probability of loss due to the fluctuation in the exchange rate of a country's currency in terms of other currencies. Ladies and gentlemen, MTN, as a large importer of technological equipment, is exposed to cedi depreciation and also inflation, which may cause operating costs greatly. Now, I would like to walk Ama through some possible steps she can use to acquire these MTN shares on the Ghana Stock Exchange. To begin with, Ama will need to choose a licensed dealing member, also known as a stockbroker. Now, this stockbroker serves as an intermediary between Ama and the Ghana Stock Exchange, where through the broker, Ama can acquire her shares on the Ghana Stock Exchange. So, Ama, upon choosing the licensed dealing member, will have to open a CSD account. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't just go to the market, buy goods, and hold them in your palm. No, you need a bag to contain them. So as you need a CSD account in order to contain your shares in an electronic or dematerialized form. Now, Ama, upon opening this CSD account, will be able to deposit funds in it through her broker. Now, after she deposits the fund in it, her broker then places a buy order on Ahmed's behalf based on her risk profile and also her preference. Now, lastly, Amma can monitor her investments through her broker or Ghana Stock Exchange app, such as TradeRiser and InvestWise. Ladies and gentlemen, my final advice, not just to Amma only, but to you all here, is that investing early maximizes the time your money has to grow, hence making wealth building easier. Also, through compounding, even small investments increases significantly as returns generate more returns over the years. And this is what we call the interest earning interest. Again, consistently investing, rather than you trying to time the market, helps you to avoid emotional mistakes and also benefits from both market ups and downs, which is the volatility in the market. Now, with discipline and a long-term mindset, you steadily build assets, reduce financial pressure, and also move closer to your financial independence and stability.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll conclude by saying that Ahmed's analysis shows that MTN is the best option for her long-term investment. And also, this particular company has a strong financial performance and also has a consistent dividend policy, making it more reliable and also attractive for new investors. Despite its regulatory and also currency risk, MTN provides a long-term outlook, making it more suitable option for Ahmed's investment journey. Thank you.
Let's have, okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the person of Intim Nana Ochumesi from Akatache Investments Limited, and here with me is my co-financial analyst, Akosa Justice. Now, before I begin, I'll first like to start with a story. Kofi, a coconut seller in Makula Market, had a dream of setting up a billionaire fund. Now, this dream is absurd. How can you tell me a coconut seller wants to have a billionaire fund? Well, this dream is not just absurd, but it's also crazy. Now, Kofi decided to set aside 20 Ghana cedis out of his profit, rather than spending it on Kelewele and Fanta, to invest into a small jar. And now this jar, he kept on putting 20 Ghana cedis into it every day. After some years, Kofi had amassed so much wealth that then his friends were shocked. They asked him, what magic trick did you use? And Kofi simply replied, investing early can generate wealth over time. Now, this story is similar to that of our client, Amma, except that Amma, rather than saving money like Kofi did, Amma wants to invest into a company listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange. So Amma, our client, a 19-year-old university student, participating in the My First Stock project, which is developed and initiated by the Young Investors Network, came to our firm asking for investment advice to evaluate the options on the Ghana Stock Exchange and also to select a suitable company for her to buy shares from. Now, upon further research and analysis, we concluded that MTN Ghana should be Ahmed's preferred choice. Why is that, you may ask? It's simply because, one, it is the largest telecommunication company in Ghana with a record customers of over 28.5 million. It has a simple, easy-to-understand business model. Now, when you say MTN, everybody knows what they do. Provide data, provide voice, and mobile money services. It has consistent revenue growth. That means year on, it keeps on generating profits as it expands. It has a strong brand network. Unarguably, MTN is one of the largest companies in Ghana. Good track record of paying dividends. Now, as at last year, MTN recorded a total of 3 billion Ghana cedis worth of dividend being paid to its shareholders. And not only did it pay this dividend, it also paid them on time. Now, overall, MTN operates in an industry with long-term growth potential, especially as Ghana becomes more digital. Okay. Now, we move on to a full company analysis we conducted at MTN using the 5 steps winning stock checklist. One was to understand the business. What at all does this company do? Well, simply put, MTN provides more money services. It also provides internet bundle, as well as mobile voice. Who are its major customers? You and I are all potential customers of MTN. Anybody at all, government agencies and businesses. Is the business model clear and sustainable? Yes. MTN has a clear business model and it's so sustainable. Why? Because it earns revenue from airtime, data bundles, Momo fees, and digital services. Demand for internet and mobile payments continues to rise. Now, we then check the financial health of MTN Ghana, and we realize that the revenue trend, it has shown year on growth. Now, earlier there was a chart. As of 2024, MTN had grown steadily, and now it's still rising. And arguably, one of the largest companies developing in Ghana right now. 2, we check the profitability of MTN Ghana, and we realize that the company remains profitable with strong margins since it has millions of active subscribers. Now, MTN controls 60% of Ghana's population. Why am I saying this? It's because 60% of Ghanaians use MTN mobile money network. Then we also check the debt and financial stability. We realize that MTN has stable debt levels and positive cash flows and not recording any major debts. Dividend policy. Now, MTN's dividend policy is a regular dividend payer. It pays their dividend on time. Like I said earlier, it recorded a total of 3 billion Ghana cedis worth of dividend being paid to shareholders. And not only did it pay these dividends, it also paid them on time. Then, overall, MTN is a financially healthy and consistently profitable company. Now, we check the potential growth for MTN. Now, MTN has future expansion plans. Now, mostly the network being used in Ghana is 3G and 4G network. But no, MTN goes beyond 3G and 4G network. MTN is currently taking trials on 5G network and even considering 6G and 7G networks. Now, countries like China have already gone to 10G. And now here is MTN trying to build steadily. Industry trends. Growing digitalization as Ghana tries to go fully digital, increase smartphone usage. Now, at first, most people were using cell phones, properly called the YAM or the Banche. But now, the availability of smartphones have made it easy to get access to the internet services. And now this generates revenue because what does MTN does? Provide data bundle. Market opportunities. MTN has a large expansion on its mobile market. Why? It can bring new bundle offers, new mobile money services, and also, do you know that your mobile money wallet, you can save and invest at the same time? Now, we consider the management and governance of MTN structure. We realize that MTN has quality leadership. Why is that I'm saying? Why am I saying this? It's because MTN has managers who are competent and can do their tasks well. The board structure of MTN. Now, MTN has independent board of directors who have strong oversight. That is, they see into the future and they have long-term visions and goals for the company. Transparency and reporting. Now, the thing is that public companies are supposed to post their accounts to the world for everyone to know what they are doing. And MTN just does this by posting the accounting and auditing records regularly. Corporate governance. Now, MTN has a well-organized structure showing who is to report to who and whom one is supposed to report to.
Can you move the slides for them from the other end? Yeah.
Next, we consider the price and value of MTN shares. And we took the current share price. Now, MTN's current share price is actually 420 pesos. And we asked, is this share undervalued, fairly valued, or overvalued? And we realized that MTN's share is undervalued. Why am I saying this? Because it trades as a fair value relative to its market growth. That is, the rate at which it's growing, that's the rate at which the share is being priced. But no, MTN shares has the potential to exceed this value. Moderate volatility, but generally stable due to strong fundamentals. Now, MTN has strong fundamentals, which makes it moderately volatile. Performance versus price. You compare MTN's performance versus its price, and you realize that it has strong revenue growth, dividends, and this justifies its valuation as it's a regular dividend payer. Now, our final justification is that MTN is a strong long-term investment because it combines growth, stability, profitability, and reliable dividend payments. Now, we identified some major risks associated with MTN Ghana, and one was the regulatory risk. This is simply a risk which may arise due to a financial loss incurred by a company due to the regulations set by a regulatory body governing an industry. 2 is the technological risk. Now, MTN has competitors, right? Let's say Vodafone introduces 7G network into Ghana. Obviously, most people will rush into Vodafone, and now this will pose a threat to MTN Ghana's technological risk. 3, currency risk. Now, currency risk is simply a risk which may arise due to fluctuations in the country's currency. Now, MTN earns its revenue in Ghana cedis, but know this, it supports its equipment and machines in dollars. So depreciation of the cedi increases cost and may reduce its profits. The next is the considered cyber risk. Now, recently, MTN had a failure in the system where many people got 40 gig plus, 60 gig, and I know this is current. It is the potential risk of exposure to a company's failed systems and communications network. Next, we walk Amma through the process of buying shares in MTN Ghana. One is for you to choose a licensed brokerage firm. You can get this through Cal Brokers and IC World. Two, for you to open a central securities depository account. Now, through the broker, how am I supposed to open a central securities depository account and submit a necessary requirement, be it a passport picture or a national ID card? Next, she's to fund the brokerage account. She used to deposit money into this account and hoping to start an investment with it. Now, through her broker, she used to place a buy order, stating the number of shares she wants to purchase. Trade execution. This is where the broker buys the shares from Amma. Then the confirmation and statement. These are documents Amma is supposed to receive, claiming that yes, Amma is a proud shareholder of MTN Ghana. Now, I would like to end with some world-building advice from the Ghanaian youth. One, investing early gives your money more years to grow. Two, compounding them multiplies even small amount into meaningful world. Three, consistency beats timing, waiting for the perfect time to start. Four, long-term thinking keeps you focused on building real, lasting world. Now, I would like to end with some few words and then the last advice for everyone. Start now and let time work in your favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We will invite students from West Africa Senior High School to give us a wonderful presentation. Let's clap for them as they join us on stage. All right. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, honorable judges. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are West Africa Advisory Board. I'm in the person of Tatabichi Sejewa, and I'm here with
Richard Ni Ama.
Okay. Our case for today is finding a stock that is performing for a first-time investor. Okay. Now meet our client here, Ama. Ama is a 19-year-old university student, very ambitious, and then a young investor on the market. Okay. Now, she values stability and then growth. And then her goal is to secure a financial future. That is very long-term, right? Now, we move to the goal. That is the long-term wealth creation. Ama is doing so by starting early. This reason is that she has time on her side, which we all know that time is a critical factor, right? Yes. And then she's also doing so by compounding. One will ask, what is compounding? Compounding is simply where your interest generates their own interest. Interest generates? Thank you. She's also doing this by consistency, where she's regularly contributing her share or her part to beat market timing. Next slide. Now, she asked us, what company do we think is very good for her? And we recommended MTN Ghana. One will ask, why MTN Ghana? MTN Ghana because we see that MTN is a very market-dominant firm. It also has essential services, dual engines, and resilience. That means it uses defensive stocks to beat inflation. Please, are we all in the same position? Yeah. Now, we move to the core business model, or the reason why we are saying MTN is better. It has a recurring revenue model, and then an infrastructure provider for video, data, and then digital services. Also, it collects small fees from millions of users daily. Now, Ama came to ask, and then she asked us, okay, you say we should invest in MTN Ghana. Who are the main customers of MTN Ghana? Now, we told Ama, everyone here is a customer of MTN. Please let me see by hand those of us using MTN here. Wow. Wow. Okay, nice. So we are all using MTN, right? Yes. Now we are saying that all of us here, you, me, everyone here, we use MTN Ghana. So we are the people MTN provides services to. From market traders to students like us to even companies. Isn't that wonderful? Now she's asked us, is MTN Ghana's model clear and sustainable? We did an analysis and we said, yes, it is really clear and sustainable. The reason being that it has high barriers to entry. Now, my economics students, let me see by hand those who do economics here. Yes. Now, this is very similar, okay? We have market structures. And then we see that we have an oligopoly market. And MTN is a member of an oligopoly market, which has a cost of infrastructure very high, preventing new rivals from entering the market. Now, next slide. We see the financial health or the revenue growth of MTN. For the past years, MTN has been performing. We see from the slides that in 2021, MTN's revenue was 7.7 billion, in 2022, 9.9 billion, and in 2023, 13.3 billion. Isn't that massive? Yes. So MTN has been growing consistently, right? Now we move to the profitability. MTN here has a high profit margin. It has a high what? Thank you. And then it's about 45% and above. And then the net income is about 5.03 billion Ghana cedis. How massive is it? Isn't it massive? Yes, it is. Now we move to the stability of MTN Ghana, right? Now it has a manageable debt level. That is, its debt to equity ratio is very low. Okay, making it very stable. It has a massive cash flow generation and then a strong balance sheet ensuring its solvency. We move to the dividend policy. MTN Ghana pays a regular dividend to its shareholders. And if I may ask, what type of dividend policy is this? It's a stable dividend policy. Please go and write it down and learn it. Okay. Now it pays a dividend per share of 0.08. That is 8% on each share. We move to the infrastructure or the growth. Now, MTN is aggressively investing in 4 gig and 5 gig, staying ahead of demand capacity and then rural expansion, unlocking new markets. This brings us to our slogan. We have 2 slogans, right? MTN, you say everywhere you go. MTN, linking people everywhere. Let's go. MTN. MTN. Thank you. I'll leave the rest for my co-presenter to continue.
Thank you very much. I'm going to quickly delve into the industry trends under MTN. So first of all, they have increased data consumption. That is, there's an increase in the amount of data and then purchases of MTN. Also, there's Digital Ghana, streaming and remote work driving, and then government's push for digitization realized. Now, competitive strength and market opportunities. Moving beyond the cash transfers, MTN Ghana has evolved, also innovated into loans, insurance, and savings. Transitioning from telecom to fintech giant, MTN Ghana has the largest market share and strongest brand in Ghana as its competitive strength. Some marketing opportunities open to MTN is rising demand for data and digital services. Moving on to the management quality. Now, with the management quality, it has to do with the qualities of the management of the firm. So in this case, MTN. And then we have experienced leadership team, which means that the leadership team have been equipped with skills, wisdom, and then they're able to make informed decisions as a result of that. Deep understanding of regulatory landscape. With this, they are able to avoid penalties and they're able to comply with the regulatory system made by the government. And then success navigating tax and license challenges. This means that they are able to overcome challenges that are brought about by taxes and then licensing. Moving on to risk analysis. So first of all, I'm going to talk about the regulatory risk. The major threat is government policy changes. Now we know that the government engages in policy formulation, and because of that, they are able to create policies in order to make sure that there's stability in the market. But sometimes, in this case, sometimes it does not always favor certain firms. So, secondly, e-levy impact, and then significant market power restrictions. So these are restrictions of the government in order to avoid the concentration of power in one firm. Moving on to competition. Disruptors like Starlink, price wars eroding margin. So this is when the price of the product or the data is reduced in order to compete with competitors. Rapid technology obsolescence. So this is the reduction in value of the technology. Now, how to buy? We have 5 steps. First of all, you choose a broker, open a CSD account, find fund account with Momo or bank transfer. And then you place your order and then you receive a contract note which signifies the confirmation of your purchase. So I'll hand over to my co-presenter.
Thank you. So in conclusion, we say that upon Ame's analysis and research, okay, she now knows that MTN Ghana provides the best and then suitable stock for a first-time investor. She also knows that she can achieve a long-term goal of creating wealth through 1, systematic investment plan, and then 2, dividend reinvestment plan. Now, this is to harness the power of compounding. I leave you with a short quote that says, "Don't chase perfection. Let consistency beat timing. Commit to investing a portion of every income. Ignore the noise." We know the noise is too much, but just ignore them and let time work its magic. Please, do we remember the slogan? MTN. MTN. Thank you.
Distinguished judges, ladies and gentlemen, fellow contestants, good day to you all. Today, we, members of the Action Gent Advisors, representatives of St. Augustine's College, would love to educate you all on measures to put in place when you want to engage in stock trading. Today, our presentation in regards to our presentation entitled "Guiding AMA to Understand and Choose a Particular Stock to Invest Into." Our session today would educate you all on why we chose this particular company called the Total Energies Marketing Public Company, for which AMA will use to plan her long-term investment goal. The reason is that, according to our research, we understood that the Total Energies Marketing Company has indeed a good business model, good financial strength, growth opportunities, as well as management quality and high stock valuation. Now, according to our research, we understood that, yes, the Total Energy Company is one of the leading companies in the oil and energy sector. Why? Because it has a resilient cash inflow, which is the total profit they make, as well as it has a high-quality managerial skills, enabling it to undergo effective operations, and also the diversifying the products they produce, which all fall under petroleum products, including bitumen, crude oil, and also, bitumen, crude oil, and oil itself. Yeah. In continuation, I would like to discuss with you all the problems identified with our session with AMA. First problem is the inability for her to purchase shares in this very company since she did not have a CSD account, which is a Central Securities Depository account. Why? Because she did not have access to any known broker, licensed broker to be precise. Second problem is that AMA was to undergo a personal analysis with regards to her company's financial health, growth potentials, management and governance, as well as the price and value of the shares. Also, AMA's problem, another problem AMA was liable to face was the risk involved when she invests into this company, and also how she would identify this company to invest into. Don't worry, for these various problems, we recommend a few solutions which we believe will help her mitigate all these problems. Now, let's understand the business we chose for AMA. The business, as I said earlier on, is called the Total Energies Marketing Ghana Public Company. It's indeed the leading company in the oil and energy sector, which was established in 1955 on 31st December. The major customers for this company include One, the general motoring public, which is just basically the cars which move in and out, purchasing fuel from these companies. Second is the mining industry, who also purchase fuels from this company to undergo their various mining operations. And also the manufacturing and road sectors, who purchase the bitumen. And to my friends who don't know what bitumen is, basically it's what we call coal, okay? The black sticky substance they use in constructing road. They purchase this renewable resource to engage in road construction. Now, the reason why we chose this company to suit AME's long-term investment goal is because, one, it has a resilient cash inflow, meaning they make large sums of profit, promising that they will pay out good dividends to their shareholders. And also, according to our research, it's indicated as one of the best or well-to-do companies in the oil and energy sector. In continuation with the financial analysis, as well as other relevant information to why we chose this company, I'll call in my colleagues taking up from here. Thank you.
So, based on the information my colleague gave earlier, we decided to gather data of Total Energies Ghana. Now, over the past 5 years, you can see that the revenue, growth percentage, net income, and profit margin has been quite impressive. Now, Total Energies Ghana earned about 2.39 billion cedis in 2020, and now they stand to, as of 2024, they earned 7.02 billion cedis. And their growth percentage has been quite shaky, but then over recent years, they've been able to make strides. Now, with their profit margin has not been so impressive, but then over the past few years, as of 2024, they recorded a profit margin of 4.09%. Now, the dividend policy they implement is basically charged or is calculated on the profits of the company and is approved by the board of directors at the AGM. So this is the graph giving further understanding of the data I provided earlier. So you can see that the net income of Total Energies Ghana has had some dips. That is as at 2021 and 2023. But then 2024 shows that their net income rose by a whopping 240%. Now, their growth had spiked in 2022 but dropped in 2023. But then has had a sustainable movement from that period onwards. And as well as their revenue growth has been steady and has not really been very shaky. Now, their growth potential, they prioritize efficient operation, and they've decided to enter the solar market, the solar energy market, since they've realized that the future focuses on renewable energy, and so they decided to tap into that market. Now, with innovation, they decided to implement or design products such as Total Excellium. Now, this one offers better engine performance, and they've improved mobile payment system. So we move on to their future expansion plans. Now they plan to enter or to establish places where you can charge electric vehicles across Ghana. And they've also decided to develop large-scale solar farms around Ghana. Now, industry trends, overall energy consumption in Ghana is around 38% currently. And also, there's a gradual shift towards renewable energies, and this will favor Total Energies in the near future. Competitive strengths. Now, this company is a powerful global brand because it wasn't established by Ghana, so they trade worldwide. And they also have strategic diversification. And the company operates over 270 stations across cities and towns. They have an impressive management and governance. Now, their financial performance has been quite strong. They have strategic vision and they adhere to international standards. They have a board structure consisting of the chairman, managing director, and CEO, and on non-executive directors. Now, the inclusion of executive directors is as a result of board diversity. Now, this is basically to ensure that judgments that are made amongst the board members are not clouded by any member that is involved in the actual performance of the business. Now, they are transparent because they are listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange, so they are mandated to give information, all necessary information about the business to investors. I'll leave the floor for my co-presenters.
So based on an analysis, you'll be asking yourself, is Total Energies a good stock for new investors? Yes, I tell you, it's a strong stock for new investors because it has good fundamentals as well as a good PE ratio, which is 6. So therefore, the stock is overvalued and has high potential for growth. So we have so we might warn yourselves, there are a lot of risks associated with this. We have the volatility risk as well as the volatility risk or share price volatility. This is where the fluctuations of the prices of the shares leads to losses or loss of returns for AMA. So what she can do here is to invest long-term and use dollar cost averaging, which involves investing small consistent amounts over a period of time. So we have oil price swings. Since Total Oil Energies is a marketing or oil marketing company, oil price determines its returns. Up and down movements of these prices can result in losses for the company. So what she can do here is to divest into other sectors such as energy, health, or even the financial sector. We have regulation changes. The changes in the regulations can also lead to losses for AMA as well as the company. What AMA should do here is to stay informed, then monitor the changes and adjust accordingly. So we have the economic policy or economic changes. Economic downturns such as recessions or contractions can also cause losses for the company as well as AMA. So what AMA must do here is to allocate funds for emergency funds so that you get some money to cater for unexpected risk. So I know you might all be interested in Total Energies right now. So how do you implement this? How do you get your fair share? All you have to do is first locate your licensed broker on the Ghana Stock Exchange website. Then you open a CSD account and a trading account. When you are done with this, you transfer funds into the account. After the transfer of the funds, you instruct your broker to buy shares in Total Energies Ghana at the current market price. After this is being successful, you get a confirmation of the purchase of the shares. Then all you have to do is monitor your investments as well as future dividends. So I'll leave you with a word of advice. Starting early is the greatest financial advantage you ever have. Let compounding work its magic, quietly multiplying your efforts. Your consistency and discipline in this long-term journey are what will transform this first step into unshakable financial independence. I stand here encouraged, knowing that this decision is best for AMA's financial independence. And I hope all the young people here, especially my fellow Augustinians, will take after AMA and also take a bold step towards their financial independence. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for that presentation. As we await the judges for us for this round, my take on all the presentations, okay? So right from SHS, you'll be going to universities, right? You'll be having presentations in boardrooms and all that. When you quote statistics, all right, when you quote statistics, give us source for the data you are quoting, okay? Anywhere you stand to do a presentation, when you say MTN grew by 3.6 billion, where from your data? Because I can also say 70%, 80%, right? So give us the source of that, okay? Okay, our scores ready. If not, yes, some of you are working on your slides. I see Was and Augustine's having very nice slides. The other two on this as well. Any other scores ready? All right, so we move into the true or false segment, okay? As we await our scores, we move into the true or false segment. Now, I noted that during the presentation, a lot of the schools are sleeping. So if you know somebody sleeping beside you, wake them up, okay? Because it's going to get crazy very soon. Very soon. Okay. Now, all right, I see the scores are ready. Let me take that before we go into the true or false round. There's one thing I noted too, that was I think in Was's presentation. So you use shortcuts like government, then you do GOV''T. We don't do that unless you've defined it. You see, the things I'm telling you, be like, but these are the real things, right? These are the real things. Don't mind anybody, okay? I remember I did a presentation way back. I didn't know I'd be sitting here. You have to be all round, okay? You don't have to don't follow people, right? Okay. The scores. All right, so we can proceed. Let's proceed, all right? Now, in this round, you have a set of statements. Each school will be giving their particular statement. You have to tell me if the statement is true or false. If you get your statement wrong, you suffer a penalty of -1. If you get it correct, you get 2 points. You may decide not to take the risk and not answer, in which case it is a bonus, which you'd have to wait for it to be declared a bonus. Ring and you give me the answer. If you get it correct, you get 2. If you get it wrong, you suffer a penalty of -1. We have 6 questions in total. Okay. Now, for this round of questions, you have the same 5 seconds we use for true or false. But in some questions, I would have to increase them. But when we get there, I'll let you know, okay? But for this round, you have 5 seconds to give me the answer. Adontin Senior High School. A shareholder's legal ownership of a company is primarily evidenced by the fiscal share certificate issued to them. True or false?
True.
Speak so that they hear.
True.
That is not correct. OAS. All those shares are movable properties under Section 42. The shareholder's liability is limited strictly to the amount unpaid on their shares. True or false?
False.
That is correct. West Africa. A company's creation of different classes of shares with special voting or dividend right is valid only if expressly permitted by the Companies Act. True or false?
False.
That is not correct. Choose Ibidia, then you choose. St. Augustine's. Debentures only qualify as debentures if they create a charge over the company's assets. True or false?
False.
That is correct. Next set of questions. Adontin. Once a liquidator is appointed, the company immediately ceases to exist as a corporate entity. True or false?
False.
That is correct. OAS. During a private liquidation, the directors continue to exercise their powers jointly with the liquidator. True or false?
False.
That is correct. West Africa. Any creditor may continue legal action against the company during liquidation without court permission, provided the debt arose before liquidation. True or false?
False.
That is correct. St. Augustine's. A liquidator is a director of the company and therefore owes fiduciary duties in that capacity. True or false?
True.
That is not correct. A liquidator is not a director of a company. Next set of questions. Now, for this set of questions, you have 20 seconds because they involve computations. But they are true or false. Adontin. A household's income increases from 2,000 to 2,400. That's a 20% increase. Their monthly demand for premium coffee rises from 20 cups to 30 cups. That is a 50% increase. Now, the statement. The income elasticity of demand is 2.5 and the product is income elastic. True or false? For this round of questions, I'll take it twice. A household's income increases from 2,000 to 2,400. That is a 20% increase. Their monthly demand for premium coffee rises from 20 cups to 30 cups. That is a 50% increase. The statement. The income elasticity of demand is 2.5 and the product is income elastic. Is true. True or false? I mean, is it true or false?
False.
That is not correct. Hey, you don't trust me, crowd. OAS. OAS. Consumers' income rises from 3,000 to 3,300. That's a 10% increase. Demand for rice increases from 50 kg to 53 kg. That's a 6% increase. Now your statement is the income elasticity of demand is 0.6. So rice is income inelastic. Consumers' income rise from 3,000 to 3,300. 10% increase. Demand for rice increases from 50 kg to 53 kg. That's a 6% increase. The statement, the income elasticity of demand is 0.6. So rice is income inelastic. True or false?
True.
That is correct. Was. Income falls from 5,000 to 4,500, a 10% decrease. Demand for instant noodles rises from 10 packs to 13 packs. That is a 30% increase. Your statement, the income elasticity of demand is -3, and noodles is an inferior good. True or false? Income falls from 5,000 to 4,500. That's a 10% decrease. Demand for instant noodles rises from 10 packs to 13 packs. That's a 30% increase. The statement, income elasticity of demand is -3 and noodles are inferior goods. Is that a true or false statement?
True. True.
That is correct. St. Augustine's College. St. Augustine's. Income increases from 1,500 to 1,800. That's a 20% increase. Demand for designer handbag rises from 5 units to 6 units. That is a 20% increase. The statement, the income elasticity of demand is 1, so the good is income elastic. Is true or false? Income increases from 1,500 to 1,800. That's a 20% increase. Demand for designer bag rises from 5 to 6 units. That's a 20% increase. The statement, the income elasticity of demand is 1, so the good is income inelastic. Is that a true or false statement?
True.
Hey. Demand, look at demand is 1. What does that mean? -1. If demand is 1, that is a unitary demand. Demand is 1, unitary demand. Next set of questions. We'll still do the computation since you like that one. Adontin, listen to the records of a country for the year. These are the records of a country for the year. We have consumption, 50 billion. Investment, 20 billion. Government spending, 30 billion. Exports, 10 billion. Imports, 15 billion. The GDP is 95 billion. Is that true or false? Consumption, 50 billion. Investment, 20 billion. Government spending, 30 billion. Exports, 10 billion. Imports, 15 billion. GDP, 95 billion. Is that true or false? You've been bailed out. Bonus, yes. West African Senior High School.
True.
That is correct for 2 points. Was. Yours. We have consumption, 8. Was. 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 That's nice. Was. Consumption, 80 billion. Investment, 25 billion. Government spending, 40 billion. Exports, 15 billion. Imports, 10 billion. GDP, 150 billion. True or false? Consumption, 50 billion. Investment, 25 billion. Government spending, 40 billion. Export, 15 billion. Imports, 10 billion. GDP, 150 billion. Is that true or false?
True. True.
That is not correct. Was consumption 120 billion, investment 60 billion, government spending 50 billion, export 30 billion, import 40 billion, GDP 220 billion.
That's a true statement. That's a true statement.
You see, I'll penalize you for this, right? And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, you don't, what do you call it? When somebody is speaking, you don't interact in the speech. And that is not why. The main reason why you are getting it wrong is I'm continuing the statement. GDP is 220 billion, and this is because imports are high, and that increased GDP. And that is a false statement because they will subtract imports. You don't listen, you see? All right, next question. St. Augustine's College. Consumption, 40 billion. Investment, 20 billion. Government spending, 25 billion. Export, 5 billion. Import, 15 billion. GDP is 75 billion. And negative net exports reduce total GDP. Taking it again. Consumption, 40 billion. Investment, 20 billion. Government spending, 25 billion. Export, 5 billion. Import, 15 billion. GDP is 75 billion. And this is because negative net exports reduce total GDP. True or false?
True.
That is correct. Last set of questions for the round. No. This is not the last. We have, after this, we have one final one. I don't think 5 seconds, no computations. The Ghana Alternative Market allows companies to list even if they have not made profit historically, as long as they can show potential to become profitable by the end of the 3rd year of listing. True or false?
True.
That is correct. Speak boldly into the microphone. Okay. OAS. A company must show at least 5 years of business operations before it can qualify to list on the Ghana Alternative Market. True or false?
False.
That is correct. West African Senior High School. Under the Ghana Alternative Market rules, the sponsor must underwrite the minimum subscription to ensure the success of the IPO. True or false?
True.
That is correct. St. Augustine's. To list on the Ghana Alternative Market, a company must have a minimum public float of at least 25% of its issued shares. True or false?
True. True.
That is correct. Last set of questions for this round. I don't think, unlike the mandatory second tier under the pension scheme, the 3rd tier pension scheme allows contributors to join even if they are already receiving a pension benefit from the 1st tier. True or false?
True.
That is correct. OAS. A contributor to the 3rd tier who is below 15 years old may still join if they have parental consent. True or false?
True.
That is not correct. WAS. All contributions to the 3rd tier are fully exempt, regardless of the amount or timing. True or false?
False.
That is correct. St. Augustine's College. And the last question for the round. The third-tier pension scheme, unlike the second tier, guarantees a fixed pension payment at retirement. True or false?
False.
False is correct, and that brings us to the end of round 5A. Now, the scores. The investment advisories round, the scores for round 4. Adontin Senior High School, 12.15. And this was arrived at by an average of the various judges, okay? 12.15. Let's clap for them. Pokuwari, 11.55. And I love this because there will never be a bracket over here because of the decimals. That's nice. Was 13.95. St. Augustine's 16 points. Hey. It's over 15. It's over 15. It's over 15. 13.65. 13.65. How can you get 16 over 15? Eh? At the end of round 4, the following are the scores. At the end of round 4, the following are the cumulative scores. Adontin, 45.15. OWAS, 40.55. WAS, that is West Africa, 51.95. St. Augustine's, 52.65. This is so close, and it will definitely be determined by round 5. But before we go into round 5, we would like PRESEC, that is the defending champions, to present the trophy so that we all see the trophy, and then we move to round 5B, the riddle segment. So PRESEC, if you are here, please bring us our trophy. Okay, let's clap for them. Do we have them here? Yeah, let's clap for them as they come on stage. We have a very nice trophy. One of, it looks like the World Cup trophy. All right, so let's clap for them. Thank you very much, PRESEC. All right, so this is the trophy. Oh, would you clap? Why? Don't you like? It's nice. It's very nice. Okay. Thank you very much, Presbyterian boys, for keeping it safe for us. Now we are going to give it to another school, all right? Thank you very much. Now you can see your trophy. So as you take the risk, look at the trophy. Because this round is a round of risks. We have a number of riddles. We are going to do 6 of them. 6. But before we do that, I have a riddle for the audience. Yeah, I have a riddle for the audience. So my audience, I'm going to give you a riddle, 5 clues. If you get it correct on the first clue, what do you get? What will you use the 5 points for? All right, so riddles. If you get it correct on the first clue, you can see me backstage for a thing or two, okay? All right, 1. I am a body corporate instituted under an act of parliament in Ghana. Of course, you don't know it. 2. My conception began in February 1989 when the government set up a 10-member national committee under the chairmanship of Dr. G.K. Agama, the then government of Bank of Ghana. I have a hand, yes. Hello, please show by hand and stand up. Yes, what do we have? That is correct for, I don't know, but that is correct. Let's clap for him, he's done very well. So that is the Ghana Stock Exchange. All right, the schools, did you know the answer? All right, when we finish, I'll give you another one, okay? All right, now my schools. For you, there's a risk for you. The guy, he didn't have a risk. That's why he raised his hands. But for you, you have a risk. And the risk is that if you ring your bell and you give me a wrong answer, you do not participate in that radio anymore. And the rest of the clues will be read to the benefit of the other schools. Now, for you, if you get it correct on the first clue, you score 5 points. If you get it correct on the second clue, you score 4 points. If you get it correct on the third or any other clue thereafter, you get 3 points. Let's test our bells. Let's start from Augustine's. Very well. Was. Okay. Was. Very well. And Adonti Senior High School. Okay. So this is the finals. This is the finals of the NIQ 2025, brought to you by the Young Investors Network in partnership with the Ghana Stock Exchange, the Central Securities Depository, and Absa Bank. The winner of this contest will have bragging rights to that trophy you see there. Okay? All right. We have 4 regions duly represented. 4 regions. We have Eastern region. We have Kumasi, which is the Ashanti region. We have Greater Accra region, and we have Central region. Which school is it going to be? We are going to find out shortly. Now, all the schools are heated, very heated. Let's start with radio number 1. Let's start on the low key. 1. I am the 3-eyed judge of every company. St. Augustine's College.
Corporate governance.
That is not correct. Next, silently watching from above balance sheets and boardrooms. 2, one eye reads numbers, dissecting profits, debts, and growth to uncover. I see 1. Adonti Senior High School.
Okay, so the first one is the auditor. Okay, so the first one is the auditor. The second one is the secretary. The secretary. And the last one is the last one is the...
We don't have any last one, my brother. There's no last one. I see West African Senior High. That is not correct. I see West African Senior High School.
Chief Financial Officer.
That is also not correct. OAS. Did you ring? All right, so let's do it. OAS. So one eye reads numbers, dissecting profits, debts, and the growth to uncover hidden truths. One eye watches patterns, traces price movements, trends, and cycles that reveal the market's heartbeat. The last eye listens to fear and excitement, sensing the moods and whispers tension to every investor. 5th clue. Ignoring any of my eyes will refalter your vision. Follow all the 3 eyes, and I would dictate whether you enter into, you hold on to, or you flee from a market. Who am I? OAS.
So you are sentiment analysis, fundamental analysis, and technical analysis.
That is correct for 3 points. So one eye is the fundamental analysis eye. One I is the technical analysis I, and the final I is the sentimental analysis I, and that is correct for 3 points. Now this is the finals. Finals. No first clue. Finals. 2. I can be black, I can be private, I can be electronic, or I can be physical. 2, I am a popular term in household, firms, economics, business management, law, and English language. 3, I do not have a particular proponent, but Adam Smith provided the foundational conceptual framework for my existence. Adontis Senior High School.
You are economics.
I am not economist. I continue. Adam Smith provided the fundamental conceptual framework for my existence, and Alfred Marshall formalized my analytical framework. 3, in economics, this is 4, sorry. 4, in economics, I am the composition of systems, institutions, procedures, social relations, or infrastructures whereby parties engage in St. Augustine's
market structure.
That is not correct. And I continue. Whereby parties engage in exchange. And 5. Examples of me include the Ghana Stock Exchange. I see 3. West Africa Senior High School.
Securities Exchange.
That is also not correct. Do you have an answer from the audience? 1. Oh, sorry. OAS. Okay, all right. Examples of me include the Ghana Stock Exchange, the Ghana Fixed Income Market, and one located in the heart of Accra. That's Makola. Who am I? OAS.
A financial market.
That is also not correct. All right, anyone? Okay, so the answer, and if you listen to the last clue, one is located in the heart of Accra, and I said that is what? Makola. What is Makola? A market. So I am a market. I'm not a market structure. I'm not a financial market. What's not? I am a market. So no school had that. Next riddle. Let's clap for all the schools. Take deep breath, okay, and relax. Relax. The next riddle. 1. I was formally presented in 2018 by a global body concerned Infantim Senior High School.
You are Ghana Commodity Exchange.
I am not Ghana Commodities Exchange. I continue. By a global body concerned with governance and corporate accountability. 2. I provide a structured approach to West African Senior High School.
Corporate governance.
That is not correct. I continue. I provide a structured approach to assessing boards, ensuring they are effective, responsible, and forward-looking. 3. I cover 4 key perspectives. The board's input, St. Augustine's College.
The 4 dimensions of board evaluation.
That is correct for 3 points. The 4 dimensions of board evaluation. Riddle number 4. Riddle number 4. 1. I am a review authored by Sir Derek Allan, an English businessman and merchant broker, knighted in 2004. 2. I was commissioned by the UK government to provide an independent assessment of the role. Infantim Senior High School, right? Yeah, Infantim.
You are the Hinks report.
That is correct for 4 points. 4 points. They answered correctly on the second clue. The Higgs report is correct for 4 points. Riddle number 5. The last but one riddle. One. I am a concept in corporate finance and economics. 2. I was first systematically studied in the 1930s during the Great Depression, when widespread bankruptcies and failing firms got the attention of economists. 3. My concepts is usually to indicate a condition when promises to creditors of a company are broken or honored with defect, called Infantim High School.
Okay, so you are corporate scandals.
That is not correct. Four. Did anybody ring? Hello. Exercise patience. I can't see, okay? So don't shout, right? All right. 3, right? Okay. West African Senior High School.
You are credit risk.
Unfortunately, I'm not credit risk. Did anybody ring again? All right, so I continue. 4. I can result from poor management, excessive leverage, declining revenues, or... I see 4, right? Wait. Okay, St. Augustine's College.
Bankruptcy. Bankruptcy.
That is not correct. I saw 2. Opokuwari.
Financial distress.
Financial distress is correct for 3 points. 3. The last riddle. The last riddle. 1. And you have to note also that this is the National Investment Quiz Competition 2025, and this is the finals competed between Infantim Senior High School, Opokuwari, West African Senior High School, and St. Augustine's College. We are at the last question for this question, the whole contest. This is the last question, and it's very interesting. Are you ready? All right. 1. I am a registered, recognized, and a legitimate body under the Companies Code of Ghana, 1963. 2. I came into existence in 2010 with my headquarters in Accra. 3. My goal is to nurture those who dare. St. Augustine's College.
Ghana Institute of Securities and Investment.
What did you say?
GISI. G-I-S-I.
That is not correct. He says G-I-S-I. That is not correct. I continue. Empowering them with knowledge and practical Infantim Senior High School.
Young Investor Network.
That is correct for 3 points. Young Investors Network is correct for 3 points. And that brings us to the end of round 5. You don't know your sponsors. You don't know those who organize the quiz for you. Young Investors Network is the answer. And that is... Hello, hello, hey, hello. Come back. All right, so we await the scores for round 5. the final scores. Let's hear from my contestants. Now you have to note something, okay? You have to note something. So, years ago, right? Not so long ago, I was also a contestant at the finals, and I came second. I was so angry. I just wanted to disappear. I felt cheated. I felt a lot of things. But you see, never make an emotional decision. If you are a business person, never dare. And I like advising. Never make a decision when you are emotional. I'm angry, so it's not very... You see that when you go home and you think about it, you notice that you didn't do the right thing, okay? So relax. It's a contest. With emotions flying here and there, I'd like to hear from my contestants. All right, so I'll listen to you shortly, but before that, we have an announcement.
Hello. All right, good evening. Tempers are high at this point, but we still don't know who actually wins. Don't mind saying it against this. When it's declared, we will know where to go. Without wasting much time, so we'll take a very short choreography from our students here. So please, let's wait up for them before we actually announce the winners.
My name is Mighty Wisdom. I am a student of Humanity Intellectual Academy and College. The voice of emancipation. President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso was threatened. What are we doing, Africa? It is time to see the light. This cannibalistic cause supremacy are pouring a lot of money to destroy Africa, corrupting us to underdevelop ourselves, to enable us develop our continent. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, the show handsome man, was a veterinarian. He sowed the seed of greatness and developmental cause for Africa's development. These people came in and corrupt the minds of Africans to see them as enemies of progress. Look at Africa today and still lack visions to progress. Oh, see them ambushing innocent sons and daughters of Africa. Oh, see them slaughtering our leaders and people like chickens. We can't sit down and look at them mislead us and kill our leaders. They always destabilize our political parties to fight as enemies, slowing down development. They always deceive our modern leaders and people with a lot of money to destabilize their own continent. After they brush them away, they work very hard to rape Africa, creating conflicts for more to be destroyed. Afterward, they send in their corrupted militaries to come to destroy us more. Look, Africa is blessed with a lot of civilized, intelligent, and experienced people. So leave us alone. Leave our lands for us. We can develop ourselves. Leave us and see how mighty Africa is. Enough is enough. Aiming to destabilize Africa. Why this inhuman action? Can't you see your dirty and human behavior has caused a lot of broken homes, a lot of blood loss, and now you stand with your evil photographs to snap us, to show how inferior Africa is, when that was what you wanted to achieve. Hey, leave us alone. We are capable people living in a capable continent. You call your securities peacemakers, but that squad are their hidden original names, just to depopulate Africa. The rebirth of the black nation. Before there were leaders, before there were nations, before there were borders and crowns, there was a call, a spiritual assignment from God to unite his children scattered on lands, to fulfill the kingdom's agenda, to awaken the rebirth of the black nation. Pan-Africanism was always defined, a vision written in spirit, planted in the hearts of prophets, meant to rise the fullness of time. Africa must rise, her children must unite, her crown must be restored. Then the vision was caught. Prophets, scholars, and leaders began to walk the path. Marcus Garvey, inspired by divine instructions, called Africans for Africa's rise. Kwame Nkrumah, guided by the mandate, declared, forward ever, backwards never. W.E.B. Du Bois raised minds to intellect. Julius Nyerere showed unity to African socialism. Haile Selassie carried Africans' crown into the world stage. Queen Zinga protected her people and resisted invader. These were the vessels, the one who caught the spiritual assignment and carried the flame of Pan-Africanism for generations. But darkness came. Colonial powers carved Africa into fragments. Tribalism whispered lies. Languages became wars. Greed poisoned the throne. Exploitation stole wealth. False religion shadowed the truth. The diaspora was scattered. Identity slept. Purpose paused. Africa was labeled last, though she was first. Prosperity stalled unity. Fractured divine purpose delayed. Yet the spiritual assignment never failed. It slept only to awaken with the prophetic force. Now giants awakens. The shatters are gathering. The children return. Thank you.
I am Kezia Lolano Klinogo. I am a student of Humanity Intellectual Academy and College. Ghana to the world. Ghana opens potential opportunities. Agriculture, the fertile lands for cross production and for agro-processing. Tourism potential for ecotourism, cultural tourism, and infrastructure development. Projects like roads, schools, hospitals, and storage facilities. The potential benefits are economic growth, job creation, improve infrastructure, and increase the access of markets. Ghana to the world. Come and invest and be part of the fourth economic and industrial revolution of Ghana. I love Ghana. From the moment my feet touch the ground, the moment I heard the different sound, the heat that hits my face, and the smell of fresh clean air, I knew that I found a place where I belong. Every trip back to this lovely country of mine makes me love it in a way I can't define. The different shades of people, the hustle in the streets, the speeding bus drivers shouting at each other, the hawkers in the streets selling food by the roadside or carrying red pans filled with chilled water, running to catch a fire before the traffic light turned green. The hot early morning sun, the chickens and goats all out to run, the smiles in the faces of boys and girls, carrying water in colorful buckets, the sight of children playing without worries, the birds all around in flight in a hurry to catch the early morning worms. The music filled with life, the drums beating with powerful might, the church bells are ringing, the night songs of Christian brethren, the mosque cries are calling, the loudspeakers loud and blaring, the night cows always cheering. Even the mosquitoes make music before they bite. Oh, how I love Ghana, the country of rich cultures, different festivals of rich music, of rich tradition that never disappear, cultures that are the foundation of Ghana. I love Ghana, the food so colorful and spicy, the palm soup red orange, the nkontomire mysteriously green, the sheta black as night, the garifota yellow as the sun, the kokonte brown as earth. How can you feel blue with colorful fragrant food to overwhelm you? I love Ghana, people of different cultures, different ethnic groups, with different languages and different lives, wearing kente clothes from different clans, a place of cultures, old and new, all thrown together in a great pot, intertwined like the root of the neem tree, living together in peace. I love Ghana, the patience of people queuing in long lines like millipedes, lines for buses, lines to vote, lines for water, lines to eat, moving along with the shuffling of tired feet, the hustle and the bustle, the rhymes of life, lines for everything. I love my country Ghana, the sea so clear, sun so soft, with shells and starfish lying around. All the scraps come out searching. so cool. The coconut trees tall and green. The foamy waves washing my feet. The seagulls waiting for their scraps. While fishermen dragging their nets, singing in rhyme to the clapping of the fish buyers' hands. Oh, how I love Ghana, filled with natural resources like gold, timber, diamonds, bauxite, crude oil, and cocoa. So many different minerals, all from different parts of the 16 regions. Each one with a special gift from the earth to the people. One nation, Mother Ghana. I love my country, Ghana. I love my country, Ghana. The sparkling boutique in Tampon
And indeed, we love our country, Ghana. Thank you so much, our wonderful ones. Thank you so much. Okay, you have to close, okay? All right, thank you so much, our lovely kids. Time is not actually on our side, but let's do it up for them. They did so well. What do you think? Augustine Smooth Somo Bonade. We don't know who is winning, okay? So yes, until the schoolmaster announced nobody is a winner. I don't mind anything that St. Augustine's is doing. All right, so yes, we would go right into announcing the scores. So our quizmaster, please, you can come back to your seat as we do at the end of announcing us the scores. But once again, let's remind that Pearl Paris is actually giving all our contestants over here some nice packages with some nice catch. So yes, none of you are leaving here empty-handed. I'm sure all of you are going home with nice treats. All right. So yes, I'm sure that our nerves are calm now. And so Quizmaster, over to you.
Okay. Now the scores for round 5, A and B combined. Adontin Senior High School, 11. Let's clap for them. Opokuwari, 12. West African Senior High School, 8. And St. Augustine's College, 9. So by these results, we have the cumulative scores here. I'd like to hear from my contestants before I pronounce the scores. St. Augustine's, do you have anything, your final words? What is your key takeaway from this score? What have you learned that you are going to practice? You don't know who is watching you, all right? So give a nice answer.
Please, it was very tough.
What have you learned? What are you taking home?
We've learned a lot about investment, and we shall spread the word.
Okay, thank you, St. Augustine's. Let's give it up to them. West African Senior High School, let me hear from you, one person. What have you learned? What's your key takeaway?
So, the best school indeed won, but we will come back stronger next year.
Oh, you don't know the scores, but that's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much, West African Senior High School. Opokuwari.
Okay, so we tried our best, but we came up short. So we'll go and prepare and come back next year.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. Adontin Senior High School.
All right, so we still thank God for how far He has brought us.
Yeah. We all thank God for how far He has brought the program. At the end of round 5 and at the end of the contest, the following are the scores. Adontin Senior High School, it was a very close contest, a very, very close contest, okay? You've all done extremely well, and I'm very proud of all of you. All right. Adontin Senior High School had 56.15. Let's clap for them. But Opokuwari Senior High School had 52.55. West African Senior High School, 59.95. 59.95. St. Augustine's College, 61.65. So by this result, and by my role as the quiz master, I declare St. Augustine's College the champions for NIKO 2025. Let's celebrate them. They've done very well. Hello, Augustines. Applaud your people. They've done well. Clap for them. They've done very well. All right, so I'll hand over to you. I sign off here.
All right, so please, let's not go yet. You'd have to wait for us to do the presentation to all of them. So please, yes, I would need the auditorium to be as quiet as we can so that we can finish up everything, okay? So please, let's calm down. Let's all calm down. And so, yes, this is the NIQ finally ending up with St. Augustine coming up as the champion or the defending champions for this year's NIQ. And so, yes, we have some packages from Pearl Paris and also Duji wives, just as they came to speak to us, and also some presentation. And then to do this with me will be our executive director, Mr. Joshua Mensah. So please let's do it up for him as he joins me here to do the presentation. All right, so sir will take over.
Thank you. Congratulations to all schools.
All right, so to do the very first presentation, we'll take it from Pearl Paris, one of our sponsors, to do her very first presentation. Please let's clap for her. She actually helps us with the presentation. She is actually giving all our contestants a sum of money and also some food packages for them to go away with. So she has done well. She has done very well. Okay, so Madam has here with us. So we'll take it the very first one from the third runner-up. So please, the third runner-up should come. Let's clap for them, please. All right, so that is it from Pearl Paris to the very first runner-up. Thank you so much. So the second runner-up should come for the second one. So please, the first runner-up. So please, winners, do be on guard because we don't have much time. All right, and so our winners, please come for your very last package. And then also, Madam Duji actually got them some wipes, so they all have one wipe here for them. So yes, winners, you can take it. So that is a sum of money and also a treat from Pearl Paris. Thank you so much, madam. All right. So yes, sir. Please, where are we going next?
So next, we have to do giving award to our coaches who have done very well. So to do that, let's call on First Finance. We have the managing director and the portfolio manager, Mr. Kofi and Madam Faustina, to help us present the awards to the teachers.
Investment education.
So the
very first one is the Investment Education Impact and Commitment Award going to the St. Augustine's College. Let's be clapping, oh. St. Augustine's, you can't win and you will be just making Jamal be clapping. If you don't clap, we'll take it from you. We'll give it to us. Yes, and so please, to follow is a citation for outstanding performance in the national. Please, St. Augustine's, can we have the coach here with us? So yes, we'll take the next one, Opoku Warrior, citation for outstanding performance in the National Investment Quiz 2025, going to Opoku Warrior. So please, the coaches for Opoku Warrior, can we have you here? Opoku Warrior. Please, we will need our coaches to be very close to us. So may we have adulting coaches on standby for us. The coaches for adulting, please be on standby for us. Okay, and so we will have Wesley Girls, please be on standby for us for your citation as well. So yes, Outstanding Female Investment Education School Award goes to the EPC Wesley Girls Senior High School. So yes, may we have the coaches on guard so that when is the attendee will come for it. And so yes, the very next citation. I don't think, please, do we have their coaches here? All right. So yes, we'll take the one from Wesley Girls. So please, the next citation, Wesley Girls. All right, so the next citation will go to Mr. Michael Kwesi Akume from St. Augustine's College. He is the citation for the Outstanding National Investment Education Coach. So that is it for sir. And the next citation is a citation for Outstanding National Investment Education Coach, female, that is Emma Emefa Bwahini from West Africa Senior High School. So yeah, she's coming. All right, so the next certificate is the certificate of achievement going to Eugene Amwako in Suwa. So please, if we have Eugene here, he should come for his certificate. Please, can we have Nora Tomeno on here with us to also come for her certificate? If we have Nora here, please, Nora will join us here. From Nora, Emma Emefa Bwahini will join us once again for another certificate. Please, Emma will be followed by Kwame Entry Noama. Please, if she's easier, he will also come for his certificate. Please, Kwame Entry will be followed by Wisdom Chini Akofa. So please, if Wisdom is here, he has a certificate here with us. Followed by Mavis Afro. If Mavis Afro is here, please, she should come for her certificate as well. And the very last one is Michael Kwesi Akume. So please, if Michael Kwesi Akume is here. All right, thank you so much, St. Augustine's. And so we will invite Mr. Jerry and also the representative from CSD to help us with this particular presentation. And so yes, West Africa Senior High School will need some students and the coaches for their very first citation of achievement going to the school. So please, the very first citation goes to West Africa. Thank you so much, madam. And so the very next citation goes to the Opokuwari School. So please, can we have the coach and the students from Opokuwari for their citation as well? So the next citation goes to Adonting. So please, Adonting, can we have the coach and then the students too? All right, thank you so much. So say you do as the honor of Adonting as well. So yes, the coach and then the students from Adonting, please, you come for your own citation. All right, so that is it from Adonting. And then the defending champions are 2025, St. Augustine's College. So yes, the coach and also the students. So please, right after this citation, we would invite all the 5 contestants from every school to join us up here. All the 5 contestants who actually are representing all these 4 schools to join us up here. All the 5 of you. All right. That is it. I'm so almost say action and quoting. Thank you so much, St. Augustine's. And so yes, it's time for our medals. And so we'll start with a very third runner-up. So Opokuwari. We need all the 5 contestants from Opokuwari to come for their medals. So yes, as third runner-up, they are going home with a bronze medal. So yes, Opokuwari, all the 5 of you. All right. So yes, we'll do them the honor of their medals. And that is the third runner-up for this year's NIQ 2025 Opokuwari School. So the contestants for the second runner-up school should also come, all the 5 of them should also join us here for their medals as well. All right, so we have 2 here, so we'll give the medals to the 2 here. Oh, please, let's clap for them, okay? All right, so that is it from Adonting. And so we'll go with the first runner-up who are taking the silver medals, and then that is the West Africa Senior High School. So please, let's clap for them and take their medals. So West Africa, all the 5 of you, all the 5 contestants from West Africa. And so, yes, the defending champion, St. Augustine's, let's have all the 5 of you. Thank Thank you so much, West Africa. So yes, the winners actually go home with a gold medal, and that is to St. Augustine's College. All right, and that is it for the St. Augustine's College. A very big thank you to you so much, Mr. Jerry, and the representative from CSD. Yes, please. All right, so yes, since the defending champions are here, then they'll do us the honor of...
No, let's present the check to the first.
All right, so St. Augustine's, thank you so much. We would present the trophy later. So yes, once again, we would invite Opokuwari to come for their dummy check. As the third runner-up for this year's NIQ. So yes, please, we have it here. Opokuwari, please come. So yes, the third runner-up is going home with 5,000 Ghana cedis. And so yes, from the second runner-up, they are going home with 10,000 Ghana cedis, and that is Adontin. So yes, Adontin goes home with 10,000 Ghana cedis. All right, so the first runner-up and the winners are going home respectively with 15,000 and 25,000 Ghana cedis, respectively. So yes, we'll take it from them. And so yes, the dummy check going to the very first runner-up is 15,000 Ghana cedis, and that goes to West Africa Senior High School. So yes, please take. It's like you are coming for the money, you are not winking me or anything, you are not giving me some. So yes, that's West Africa. Our very first runner-up going home with 15,000 Ghana cedis. And so yes, the winners, St. Augustine is going home with 25,000 Ghana cedis for this contest. So yes, St. Augustine, can we have you up here? You guys can use one side so that those presenting to you can also take the other side. So let's move. And so the champions are going home with 25,000 Ghana cedis. No more for Tanya mention and pines here the trophy neck can ate. And so this time it's going to the central region. So yes, this time the trophy goes to Central Region, right from Presec, and is moving straight to St. Augustine's to the Central Region. Thank you so much. And so yes, this is the NIQ 2025 finale with St. Augustine's as our reigning or defending champion for this particular year. Thank you all for joining us here today.